Will please come to order now. This is the February 24th, 2020 meeting of the Billings City Council. I'm feeling a little bit of a head cold. I was wondering if we could adjourn maybe for a week or two. Is that no? Okay. If you would, welcome everybody. Ask you to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for our invocation by Councilmember Neese. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Let us pray. Father God, we are honored to have your presence among us. We thank you for your provisions, your forgiveness, and the privilege to be able to pass those both on to others. Be with us in our trials. We ask for your wisdom and guidance on the matters before us. We ask for your peace to be upon us, gathered with all of us gathered here, and the men and the women that serve to protect the city, the county, the state, and this nation, both here and abroad. All these things we ask humbly in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Please feel free to take a seat. If I don't see a lot of extra room out there, but if you're by an empty space and you want to signal somebody from the back of the room to come, just raise your hand and kind of point to where there's a seat. And you can also sell that for about $30 too if you handle it right. Okay, I don't see a lot of extra seats. Denise, would you please call the roll, please?
Shaw.
Here.
Yakowicz.
Present.
Neese.
Here.
Ewald.
Here.
Joy.
Present.
Tariki.
Here.
Purington.
Present.
Ronning. Here. Boyette. Here. Brown.
Here.
Mayor Cole.
Here. We don't have any minutes to approve tonight, so we'll jump right into council courtesies. I've got some introductory comments about our meeting tonight, so I'd like to start with that. First of all, welcome. We rarely have the privilege of so many smiley faces. I'd like to make a few introductory comments about our procedure for tonight, since we have more than a full house and a very important topic at the end of our agenda. An initiative to add to the council's agenda in the future, a non-discrimination ordinance so it could be considered in a more detailed and formal way. I don't want to forget anything, so I'm going to go ahead and read from these notes. Given the size of the crowd tonight, I do already have one regret. I wish we had charged admission. The city could use every dollar, and this would have been a great way to, but the cart has, or the horse has left the barn on that, I'm afraid. On a more serious note, over the last several weeks, the City Council has received several hundred emails and letters from members of the public on the topic of a possible NDO. And I'm sure that every council member has also had numerous meetings, telephone calls, and other communications on the subject. The volume and the deeply personal nature of many of these communications is a testament to the importance of this subject to thousands of individuals who are our fellow coworkers, clients, church members, business colleagues, friends, and family. I'm sure I speak for all the members of the City Council when I say that we have heard and appreciate your views, even if we do not always reach the same conclusions. Before I get into explaining the mechanics of tonight's meeting, I do want to make one more very important observation. And that is how very deeply proud I am of the way that our community has conducted itself during this debate over the last couple of weeks. Like I suspect is the same for other council members, every time I have gone to one of those now probably 300 or so emails and letters, I've braced myself for a bombshell to explode. But I'm happy to report that with very few exceptions, instead of a bombshell, I've typically read words that are heartfelt, respectful, thoughtful, and sometimes even appreciative for the hard job that the people up here are expected to perform. Even though the debate has highlighted fundamental differences, it has also highlighted fundamental values that we all share, including that we want everyone to feel welcome in Billings, even if we differ on how to achieve that goal. That no one should ever feel physically unsafe in their community or be subject to bullying or verbal abuse. And most of all, that we need to appreciate each other as individuals and demonstrate genuine love, especially when we disagree. I urge us all to remember and reflect those values as we carry on our conversation tonight. So, a few housekeeping details. You'll notice that there's no specific line item for the proposed NDO on our agenda tonight. Copies of the agenda are available on the cart back by the door. The reason there's nothing on the agenda is because that item will be addressed under the last item titled Council Initiatives. If you want to speak on the proposed NDO, you'll have to do so when the second to last item comes up at the end of the agenda, called Public Comment on Non-Agenda Items. We'll need to move expeditiously throughout our entire meeting. The council has 10 items on our agenda before we can even take public comment on potential initiatives. And once we've heard those comments, the council will still have to conduct its discussion and take a vote. With 11 council members, that could take an hour or more, or 10 or whatever. So we'll need time for that. To keep things moving, because we'll have lots of speakers, we'll reduce our normal time for each public comment from the usual 3 minutes down to 2 minutes, as we have done before. That time limit will apply throughout the evening to all items, including public hearings unrelated to the NDO. 2 minutes is not very long, probably about 250 words for most people. A piece of advice, you'll be more concise if you write down what you want to say and read your comments. There's paper on the cart by the door for that purpose. Please also remember to silence your cell phones. A few other points concerning public comment at the end of the meeting. First, if someone has a comment on a non-agenda item other than the proposed NDO, we'll let them go first so they can leave and make room for someone else to sit down. 2, so that each side on the NDO has roughly the same amount of time and each can present their arguments coherently without interruption by opposing speakers, we'll allocate the first 30 minutes to proponents, the second 30 minutes to opponents, and then repeat that process so there will be 2 hours of total public comment, plus, of course, the many emails and letters we have already received. Please line up for one of those 30-minute segments, and only one of those 30-minute segments at a time. When we get close to the end of one of those 30-minute segments, we will ask the next group of about 15 speakers to go ahead and get in line. And Chris and Kevin, if you can kind of keep track of that as a reminder, that would be helpful when that 30 minutes is up. I apologize in advance that this may mean that not everyone who came tonight will be able to speak. But I've consulted with the other council members, and I believe a substantial majority, and perhaps all of them, believe that this is a reasonable allocation of resources under the circumstances present tonight. I'll also encourage council members not to ask questions or engage with debate with speakers, as that would reduce the amount of time available for someone else to speak at the end of a 30-minute segment. 3, after a while, public comments in a situation like this can become rather repetitious. So I'll always encourage the speakers to cover new ground. Or if they just want to express their agreement with something someone else has said, you're welcome to say that, sit down, and just leave more time for other speakers. 4, if the buzzer goes off and you're still talking, no one's going to throw anything at you, but please wrap up. By wrap up, I mean take a sentence or two to finish, not a minute or two. Remember that if you go over your time limit, you're taking time away from someone else on your side of the issue. 5, there is a sign-up sheet on the cart, and there will be one at the podium. If you haven't already, please print your name and address on the sheet so Denise, our clerk, can enter them correctly in the minutes. 6, if you want to be heard but do not want to speak, you can fill out one of the written comment sheets on the cart in the back and put it in the bin also on the cart. I can't promise that the council members will have much time to read those comments before they vote. but they will be entered into the record, and we'll do our best to make sure that those comments are distributed to the council members after public comment closes and before there is a vote. If we take a break between public comment and council initiatives, that will also give council members some time to review those written comments. 7, and lastly, once you've made your comments, please at least consider whether you should leave the council chambers to make room for someone else if there are people in the hallway or waiting to sit down. So that's the plan. The city administrator may want to comment further in just a minute when we get to the city administrator's report. Thank you again for your patience, everyone, as I went through all this. Hopefully, it'll make things run smoother for the rest of the night. This is the time for council courtesies. Are there any other council courtesies? Council Member Yakowicz.
Your Honor, just maybe an eighth one, and forgive me if you already mentioned it, but they should say their name, their address, and what city they're from.
Excellent. Yes, absolutely. Name, address, and your city. Councilmember Ronning.
Thank you. 2 things. One is also speak directly into the microphone so people on Community 7 can hear you as well. But one of the things, and so Danny can hear you too. But one of the things I wanted to share is we have a rock star here tonight. Monica Plecker, who is a city employee, has been recognized as 40 under 40, and that's really amazing, and she deserves it. She does an amazing job for the city, and that's tremendous recognition. So congratulations, Monica.
Absolutely. All right, well, thank you very much. Are there any, we don't have any proclamations tonight. If there aren't any other courtesies, any council reports?
Your Honor,
Councilmember Yakowicz.
just quickly, Your Honor, we did our USS Billings meeting this last week, and just wanted to let the council know that we're going forward with that. We're actually looking towards forming a nonprofit, and we're expecting the crew to come, I believe, in April. We're also working with the Girl Scouts to send cookies there to the crew. So just as a respecting that committee, and anyone is welcome to come to our meeting every second Wednesday, 1 to 2:30 at the Billings Hotel Convention Center.
Thank you very much. With that, I'll turn it over to Chris Kukulski, our city administrator. Chris, do you have anything for your report?
Mayor and council, briefly 3 items. First, there are no ex parte communications in the notebook. That's predominantly because any emails that came in, this is not an agenda item. So there weren't anything that came in after late this afternoon on agenda items. Number 2 is consent agenda item 1B1. So that is the first consent agenda item regarding bids. We'd like that to be removed from the agenda. So we think we may have a resolution to that and not need that contract. So if we could remove that from the agenda, and then similarly, but a little different, help us continue to move along. The last regular agenda item 10. That's a public hearing and a resolution assessing the cost of an abatement. The property owner has paid that abatement cost after the agenda was published and after the public hearing was noticed. So therefore, staff recommends that we do hold the public hearing just in case there is anybody in the public who wants to be heard, and then there's no need for the council to take any action on the item. So that hopefully will just take us a matter of seconds or a few minutes to deal with item 10 tonight. And Mayor, you thoroughly covered everything. I don't think I need to repeat anything that you had said, so thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Brent, just a reminder to remove item 1B1. It is a change to our agenda. We have to approve that by a supermajority, is that correct?
Your Honor and Council, yes, by your council rules, it would be 3/4.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, with that, then we'll move on to public comment on non-public hearing items on the agenda. That's item 1 and 4. So what that means is if you came to say anything about the an item on the consent agenda, which is item 1, and again, there are copies of the agenda back there, or item 4, this is your time to be heard. All of the other items will be public hearing or the non-agenda items at the very end. But if you'd like to be heard on number 1 or number 4, at this time, please come forward. We'll need your name, address, and city. Is there any public comment on items 1 or 4? Any public comment on item 1 or 4? 1 being the consent agenda, 4 is the development agreement with the Buggy Bath Car Wash proposed. Any public comment? Seeing none. Public comment on non-public hearing items is closed. We'll move on to the consent agenda. Are there separations from the consent agenda? Councilmember Brown?
Thank you. Yes, I will be abstaining from M2, 1M2.
1M2, Councilmember Brown. Other separations? Councilmember Ewald.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to separate out 1C, please.
1C, change order Centennial Park. Any other separations? After we get to separations, we'll move on to that agenda item 1B1. Any other separations? Seeing none then. Do we have a motion to deal with a 1B1, the fill removal project? Councilmember Ewald?
Thank you, Mayor. I make a motion that we remove 1B1 from the consent agenda for tonight.
Second.
Motion made by Councilmember Ewald, seconded by Councilmember Neese. Remove 1B1. Any discussion on the motion? If not, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. Motion passes unanimously. That's our supermajority, so that's removed. Is there a motion pertaining to the non-separated items? Councilmember Yakowicz.
Yes, Your Honor, make a motion to approve all items as mentioned except B1, C, and M2.
Motion made second by Councilmember Yakowicz, second by Councilmember Ronning for the non-separated items. Discussion on the motion. I'll begin that just by the first item up, item 1A1, the board commissions. 2 points I want to make there. One is the very good news that it's unusual, but there are no vacancies. By starting early and beating the bushes, every one of these has been filled, and so that's a good thing. The second thing is I intended to distribute to everybody a list of who had applied and applications. I didn't do that. I've been occupied the last couple of weeks, so I apologize about that. But going forward, I still think that's the better practice. Traditionally, this has been sort of a take it or leave it. It's the way it's been done. But I think the council needs to know at least who has applied. So going forward, if I forget to do that, remind me, please, and we'll do that. At any time, of course, you should feel free to ask Gwinnett for copies of applications or ask me, and I'll forward those as well. That's my only comment on that item. Other items for discussion, Councilmember Yakowicz?
Thank you, Your Honor. I just wanted to commend Judge Kolar for her work on the professional service contract. And I don't know if since she's here, if she just wanted to say 1 minute on that, the significance of it, the importance of it. Sure. And that is the Billings Adult Misdemeanor Treatment Courts for 1 year and 4-year options to renew community solutions.
Right. Can you hear me?
Is it on? Does it say green?
Is it on? It's green.
Yeah.
So we've had that position before. We have the treatment courts from the drug court, co-occurring in the DUI court, and that service helps with drug testing and home visits, and they sit on the team when we do our treatment court. They sit on our team with us. They have great insight, and they're basically kind of probation, but not really. In the technical for treatment courts, we all have different roles than the typical judge, prosecutor, defense attorney, and probation officer in treatment. So it's really important, and it's accountability to the clients, and it's a great program, and they do a good job. So thank you.
Thank you, Judge, and thank your staff.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Ewald?
Thank you, Mayor. I was wondering about 1G, if I could get somebody either from the police department or
CC,
that's on that,
TV camera system for the evidence facility.
Mayor, Council, good evening. Councilmember Ewald.
Chief, I was just, I read through it, and it's a lot of money you're spending to upgrade some things. Did you look into getting a whole new system, and would that be because this stuff changes so fast and the prices are coming down. So I was just wondering if anybody even pursued looking into a whole new system instead of just putting upgrades on the old one.
Councilmember, we did not look at a new system. This is one that is already in our existing facility. The monies here are already budgeted for in the project as it came to you several months ago. The reason why it has to come to you for approval is basically a technicality. That's what our policy calls for with this amount of money. This is a sole source for us, so it would be no sense to scrap what we already have to go to a whole new system. This is just the upgrade. Plus, we would have to report if we didn't have that policy in place. It's already budgeted for and in the plan and moving forward.
All righty, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Other items for discussion on the consent agenda. Councilmember Ronning.
Thank you. Not so much a discussion, just wanted to, while we have so many people here, it's always nice to credit when we have something done really exceptional in the community. And Zimmerman Ace Hardware, they've donated 3 grills to our fire department. And that will come in great use. And the city does take donations, just so people did know that. So,
Absolutely.
yeah, but really wanted to give a shout out to Zimmerman Ace Hardware for the 3 grills that they've donated to the fire department.
And those are very nice grills, $3,600 worth. Thank you. Okay, other discussion on the consent agenda? Is there any other discussion? If not, we'll proceed to a vote. The motion is for approval of the non-separated items. All in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. Motion passes unanimously. We'll go to the first separated item. I believe that's Councilmember Ewald, item 1C, Centennial Park change order. Would you like to start us off?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I guess, Mike, if you could come to the... Jump the barrier.
And a couple seats did just open up front here, I believe, for anybody who'd like to take them.
Thank you, Mike. That Centennial, the works there, we're adding 60 days. That amounts to 40% increase in the allotted time on the substantial completion on the original contract. Now, I know there was some wet days last spring, but not 60 days. And how much is this going to put the whole project back before dogs will be able to be turned loose in that park? It probably won't be till next spring.
Well, good evening, Mayor and Council and Councilmember Ewald. Based on the recommendation of our consultant on the job, recommend that we suspend construction out there until the weather changes. And once the weather breaks, the contractor has 31 days to complete the project. We hope to seed this spring, and we believe that we'll be able to allow people on the turf this fall.
Okay, that's almost 6 months later than originally planned then, right?
Councilmember Ewald, the weather determines how fast we can proceed on projects, especially outdoor projects like those.
So the 60 days, is that all weather-related days?
Councilmember Ewald, that is correct.
60 days, okay. I just have a concern about that because sometimes low bidders, they probably don't put enough initiative into getting the project done. If you get behind, sometimes you got to work overtime to get ahead to meet your deadline, and 40% increase in the amount of time to get this project done seems just a little bit out of line to me, but.
Councilmember Ewald, I definitely agree with you. I would love the projects to go smoothly, but sometimes the weather gets in the way. Up until this point, I think the contractor has performed on the project.
Okay, any other questions? Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. Mike, and I'm not a contractor, so I don't know, but I do know I see a lot of building going around all winter long, and it's been a pretty mild winter. I haven't had to get my snowblower out, but maybe once this year, so it's been nice. So when they go to do a delay, is that something they choose to do, or is this something you have to approve so that the department can continue to try and keep that project going forward?
Councilmember Neese, that is something that we have to approve, and we usually go on the recommendation of our consultant on the job who does the construction administration.
So it's not the contractor, its final decision, it would be the consultant who's actually overseeing the project, is that correct?
Councilmember Neese, the consultant makes a recommendation to us, then we usually follow his recommendation.
Okay, and then if it looks like the weather's been changed and there's, you don't see any work out there, do you guys follow up to say, hey, listen, there's been a change in the weather, we see a lot of contracting happening, you guys, are you going to, move forward, or is it, is it too much for them to stop on this kind of project?
Councilmember Neese, we follow the weather closely, and as soon as we believe that they can start up again, we'll definitely let them know.
Okay, well, I appreciate it. I know it's going to be disappointing for a lot of people who are expecting to use that park for the amount of money we put into it, and we'll have to wait another year and enjoy it then. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Joy?
I move we approve change order number 3, Centennial Park Development, First Mark Construction, $4,543.90.
Okay, we have a motion for approval. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Purington. Discussion on the motion, which is for approval. Is there any discussion? Not. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay.
Nay.
Motion passes with Councilmember Ewalt and Neese voting nay. I believe that was the only. And Councilmember Yakovich?
No, Your Honor.
I'm sorry?
No, Your Honor. I'm wanting to move on to the next
Okay,
motion.
all right. Okay, so those were the only two nays. Councilmember Yakovich, next item.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Council, I'd like to make a motion to approve item M2.
Second.
Motion made, item 1M2, second by Councilmember Neese. Bills for the week of January 27. Councilmember Brown will be abstaining. Any discussion? If not, all in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Brings us then to our regular agenda, item number 2. Denise, would you please read item number 2?
Public hearing and first reading ordinance amending section 2-551 through 2-552 Billings, Montana City Code. Human Relations Commission recommends approval. Action this evening, approval or disapproval of HRC recommendation.
Thank you very much. Our staff liaison to the Human Relations Commission is Carla Stanton, but I don't see her here, but I do see Cody. Oh, but you're our presenter, right, Cody? Yes. Okay, and she is here. Okay. Take it away.
All right. Thank you for having me here tonight. So the proposed code change to 551-552, I was relayed that you already received. We are changing number 1 to the function and duties of the Human Relations Commission shall be to promote mutual understanding and respect among all, to better align with our mission statement. Number 2, we took out inform itself, so it will now become informed on all matters concerning human relations and promote.
Right up there for you.
Oh, perfect. I can't read that far though.
Sorry, just so you're aware.
Okay, and let's see here. Foster programs of community education with the object of improving human relations among all citizens of the community. Number 3, we combined paragraphs 3 and 5 to reduce redundancy. Review, study, and assist with complaints, problems, and specific situations arising between groups or individuals with which result in tensions, discriminations, or prejudice in the city. Number 4, cooperate with and advise various groups and agencies in programs devoted to the improvement of human relations. The new number 5 will be inform and make recommendations to the mayor and city council concerning any matters or programs brought before the commission for the furtherance and advancement of human relations, and at least once a year submit a report of its work. And number 6, refer all matters to the police department that are within its jurisdiction.
Okay, thank you very much, Cody. I guess if I had to summarize this, I'd say it's a lot of simplification and just simple clarifications. Would you agree?
Correct. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Do you have anything else before we open it up for any public comment on this?
No, I would just like to make sure that the city council knows that they're always welcome to our meetings, which are the first Thursday of every month at 12:15. I haven't had the chance to meet everyone yet. I'd love to get to know you more. We are also going to start emailing the city council at the beginning of every month, letting you know of any upcoming events that you might want to attend to better know your constituents. So if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Ronning?
Thank you. Cody, those meetings are open to the public too, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and they're located in the conference room on the first floor
On
in
the first
City
floor.
Hall?
Yes.
Super, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions before we open it up for a public hearing? Okay, appreciate it.
Thank you.
You can sit. This is an opportunity for a public hearing on these changes. That's the only topic for the hearing. Is there anybody who would like to be heard on those changes? If so, you can come forward, give us your name and address. Any public comment on those changes? If not, public comment and our public hearing is closed. We'll proceed. Is there a motion or discussion? Councilmember Shaw.
Yes, I'm going to make a motion. Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve the first reading ordinance to amend Section 2-551-552 BMCC as recommended by the Human Relations Commission.
Second.
Simultaneously, we give half a second to Councilmember Neese and half to Councilmember Ronning. Okay,
doesn't
very
matter.
graciously.
It passed.
Councilmember Ronning has the second. Any discussion on the motion? Councilmember Yakovich.
Thank you. Just quickly, Ms. Stanton, I really appreciate her effort as she's on staff and also attends every one of those meetings. And I don't go to a lot of them, but a number of years ago, I went to a lot more. And Ms. Stanton, I just appreciate you being there. And I know along with the many volunteers, you help drive a good ship. So thank you for your work on that commission.
Thank you very much. Any other discussion before we proceed to vote? Councilmember Ronning.
Thank you. I just wanted to really say thank you to all of the volunteers that serve on that commission. The public rarely knew that we even had one for many years. And this particular group of volunteers has put a lot of effort into revamping this particular advisory board, and they've been out in the public, and they're really helping the public to know and understand that we do have a Human Relations Commission at the City of Billings, and really credit them. They've put a lot of hard work into this, so wanted to thank them.
Thank you very much. Any other discussion on the motion? No? Okay.
Yes, I do.
We'll move to a vote then.
No, I do.
You do? Oh, I'm sorry. Councilmember Tricky.
I just wanted to say that I really appreciate this change. It's one that I have personally felt we should have done decades ago when I was arguing in favor of the Equal Rights Amendment. Making a list of who is or isn't a human being and deserves rights was always the wrong approach in my mind. And what you've done is simplified it and said, all humans deserve to be treated equally, and I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion on the motion? If not, we will proceed to a vote. All in favor of the motion, which is for approval, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Denise, would you read item number 3?
Public hearing and resolution for annexation 20-01, property described as Lot 22-A of amended lots 1 and 22, Block 2 of Certificate of Survey number 2727M, generally located northwest of the intersection of Shiloh Road and Central Avenue. Amy Awata, trustee of Amy Awata Revocable Trust, owner and petitioner. Staff recommends approval, conditional approval. Action this evening, approval or disapproval of staff recommendation.
And our presenter is the famous Monica Plecker.
Yes.
So,
Thank you. I turned several shades of red.
yes.
I have a brief presentation for you tonight. Just as a note, I just wanted to mention that this is the first of 4 items that are related to a single parcel. This public hearing is specifically on the annexation. So with that, maybe. Oh, yeah. All right, great. So we have this parcel shaded in gray, which is located north of Central Avenue and west of Shiloh Road. It is a 4.7 acre parcel, but state law requires when you annex to bring in right-of-ways. So the actual gross acreage that would be coming into the city limits would be 5.81 acres. I've also provided an aerial image. The yellow boundary that you see is the current city limits. So this parcel is directly north of an existing convenience store, and it is kind of oddly shapen with that stair step on the south end. The red that you see here represents the city limits of annexation map. So as you are familiar, red areas mean that they've been identified as parcels that can immediately petition into the city limits, which is the process that we're reviewing here tonight. The area directly to the south that doesn't have any color, that is property that's already located in the city limits. So just for clarification there. This is a zoning map. The parcel is presently zoned neighborhood commercial. It is also affected by the Shiloh Overlay District. As you can see, there is some development around it. To the west, we've got a county subdivision. To the south, we have neighborhood commercial, as well as some other residential zones. To the east, we have community commercial that's currently developed with Shiloh Commons. So I'll just walk through some pictures here. This is the property as it is right now looking west. The county subdivision that I mentioned is behind that tree line. This is looking northwest. Southwest, as you can see, the existing convenience store that's immediately south. This is looking northeast, picking up Shiloh Commons, and looking due east from the property. I also wanted to provide one image that just shows you from Central Avenue what the property looks like. That's the tree line that I referenced that separates the county subdivision. But as you can see, it looks pretty similar. So staff has considered the annexation policy. The property does have to be located within the limits of annexation map, which we've shown that it is. The city must be adequately able to provide services to the property. In the staff report, you'll see that I consulted multiple city departments to get their feedback on their ability to service the property. Any proposed public improvements within the area annex will have to meet city standards. All property owners within the area to be annexed must sign a waiver of right to protest future SIDs. The proposed conditions of annexation will ensure that this waiver is signed. In the attached resolution, you'll see that there is one condition, and that is that there be a development agreement, which is a separate item on the agenda, which also includes attached to it a waiver of right to protest. And finally, the property is zoned neighborhood commercial, so any proposed development of the site will be done in compliance with zoning and site development regulations. You also have a subsequent item for a special review related to specific site improvements based on a particular use. So it is staff's opinion that the requirements of the policy have been met, and based on the input from all city departments, staff has forwarded a recommendation of approval, conditional approval, the one item, the development agreement with a waiver of right to protest. And I will leave you with the exhibit of the parcel. I did just want to clarify that we do have the applicant's agent, Brian Alexander with Sanderson Stewart, here with us tonight. Because there are multiple items, I do know that he's planning on presenting at the time of special review. So if you have specific questions for him related to the annexation, feel free to ask. But he is saving his presentation for the special review. And with that, I am happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Puritan.
Monica, in the criteria, the consistency with the policies, the fire station and the police both have said that it is outside their service. They don't have the numbers for that. So how does that affect, there's already a business right there, a gas station. So their response time was estimated with the fire station at 5 minutes. And then the police department stated that it would affect the police department's ability to deliver service to those areas. So how are those remedied in this project?
Sure. So I send out requests to all departments for feedback. In this particular case, I do want to clarify that the Billings Fire Department presently serves this property as part of the BUFSA. So whether it remains in the county or whether it comes into the city, the same fire department is serving it no matter what. And beyond that, if you have a specific question, we do have Chief Rash here tonight. Secondly, to your point about the police department, I provided direct quote from the information that was provided. However, in formulating a staff recommendation, you have to look at some of the things that are happening in the area. Shiloh Road is presently patrolled by City of Billings Police. You have city development immediately to the east of Shiloh with Shiloh Commons and the gas station. So absolutely, I did take into consideration the comments from fire and police, and in doing so forwarded a recommendation of approval. But Chief St. John is also here if you want to ask more specific questions.
Thanks, Monica.
That's what a bus looks like when you get thrown under it there. But Councilmember, great questions on that. And I would say that my comments were cautionary. Mainly to keep one of the main issues of the safety levy at the forefront, and that is that we are lacking police officers to provide service that our citizens require. We are spread thin. And so for us, to keep annexing, to keep developing without commensurate resources has become problematic. Can we service this area? Absolutely. We drive past it. It makes perfect sense. It is contiguous. We're there. We go past it all the time. So that's not an issue. But I want to make sure that two things. It would be counterintuitive for me to say, yes, we're good to go across the board when we're asking citizens for additional resources. And I'd be remiss if I didn't constantly remind you and the citizens that that our staffing is an issue. And I would relate a story that in this very area on February 7th, we had a woman who was either being stalked or a victim of a road rage incident, either one. She was terrified. She was in a car driving around on the phone to 911, and we had no officers to send. And she drove around for quite some time, did an outstanding job with it. I know Chief Rash's staff was trying desperately to find somebody. Fortunately, the guy, got bored and left or whatnot. That is unacceptable. And so that's why you get a cautionary message from me on those things. We'll get there. We can get it done. But you need to know that we're getting stretched pretty thin.
And I appreciate those comments because I think that's what we do need to hear, is how thinly our police officers are spread. And I'm sure Chief Rash, if you would like to comment on that, that might be your feelings as well. Thank you.
Yeah, so Chief Rash, if you want to add to that, please feel free.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council. I'd pretty much echo everything that Chief St. John said. The biggest thing there again, too, as we go forward and we continue with annexations, building out like that, that we too will need to make sure that our resources are commensurate with what's being built. As Monica stated too, is we service that area currently through the BUFSA contract. We are there. We have two stations within 5 and 6 minutes. I went out there and personally timed that. It was less than that, stopping at all stop signs and everything else. So, but I would say that we can provide the service. Yes, we can. But I too agree that we do have to be very careful case by case as we move forward with any type of development.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Don't see any other questions? Oh, I'm sorry. Did you have a question for the Chief?
Not for the Chief, sorry.
No. Thank you very much, Chief. Further questions for Monica? Or
on this topic?
Yes.
Thank you.
For whom?
For Brent.
For Brent.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you both chiefs for these type of comments. I think this is valuable for council members to see, so I do appreciate this. Brent, I just would like to double check with you as our legal advice for the city. Has anything been in writing here or it's been said here that would cause the city to have any kind of liability if there were something happened where the city or police could not get to service this location?
Your Honor and Councilmember Neese, I don't hear anything that I have not heard before. The concerns expressed are obviously legitimate, but as long as we are doing our best to provide these services, I think we are discharging the obligation under the annexation statutes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Monica, I've got a question for you. The condition is for a development agreement with the owner. The owner is the Amy Iwata Revocable Trust, but the name that appears on the proposed development agreement is the Buggy Bath Car Wash. It doesn't say it's a corporation, LLC. Is it for a potential purchaser? Is it just another entity associated with the owner? Or what is the Buggy? And we can get to that. It's our next item, but just out of curiosity, what's the relationship of the Buggy Bath Car Wash with the owner?
I believe they are the contract buyer.
Okay, so.
The Buggy Bath Car Wash.
Okay.
Yes.
And I bet you Brian Alexander will be able to clarify that at some point here. So, but in any event, we're just talking about annexation of this property. I saw Councilmember Ewald and Councilmember Trickey.
Thank you, Mayor. Monica, to bring this into the city, you don't have to notify any of the neighbors, right? Because it's just getting it next to the city.
Councilmember Ewalt, we are not required to provide any sort of property owner notice. We are required to post the property with the orange sign. So that, as well as public hearing notice in the paper, are how annexations are noticed.
Okay, so I'm just going to kind of jump ahead because it's coming up. But as far as the car wash going on there, do the neighbors have to be notified about that?
Special reviews do require mailed notices to property owners within a certain radius, and I believe it's 150 feet, 300 feet. So those notices did occur.
300 feet from what part of that property?
From the external property lines.
So
The boundary.
the outside boundary. So everybody on that J.B. Stenson road that's right behind it would be notified?
Yes, if you're referring to where the tree line is that separates the property.
Yeah, that street that goes from Central up, that's J.B. Stenson. So those people will all be notified because they will be the ones that will be getting the noise from the car wash?
They have already been notified.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Trickey?
Could you explain to those of us who are new to this why there are 4 separate items tonight?
Sure. So it was really important that the annexation occur first. You, as city council, cannot vote on the special review unless it's in your jurisdiction. So the annexation had to occur. The annexation has a condition of approval, which is a separate document, which has to be a separate item. Further, anytime we have an annexation, we also have to consider the ward boundaries for voting purposes. So always we have a follow-up ward boundary ordinance to amend the ward boundary. So it is a multi-step process. In this case, because the property owner was very forthcoming with the plans and wanted to run everything concurrently, we also get the special review tonight. The city zoning commission was able to consider the special review. So it really is an ideal situation. And if I could streamline it more for you, I would, but I can't.
Thank you for doing it all in one night.
Yeah.
Councilmember Yakovich.
Thank you, Honor. Monica, just follow up with Ms. Purinton's question. If we don't get this safety mill levy passed, whatever, where is that point where we put the skids on annexation? Where's the Buffs I get because we'll cover the whole area. But, you know, I do applaud the chief for standing up and saying this because it becomes a risky business when we start giving land to people and we cannot take care of them. So where is it? Are you having that conversation on where do we stop?
Sure, Councilmember Yakowicz, I appreciate your question. What I could tell you is I don't think that there's an absolute amount of acreage or type of development. We do have an annexation committee that Wyeth leads that is multi-department. We consider the limits of annexation map about every 2 years and propose revisions to it. I can tell you that we are in our present committee work looking at areas that are represented as being able to be petitioned in, but the likelihood is maybe low because it's already developed with a newer county subdivision, and really trying to maybe more accurately depict what's available and with everything when it comes to not just emergency services, but where are the areas of ease for public works, areas that are maybe a little bit more challenging that have been shown in the red in the past. So we do have a committee. We do bring forward recommendations on changes to that map about every 2 years. And so we are presently meeting as we speak.
Okay,
Okay, any other questions for staff before we go to a public hearing? Any other questions for Monica or other staff? If not, let's you can take a seat, Monica. We'll open up for public hearing. This is item number 3, the resolution for annexation of the property across from Shiloh Cross Commons. If you'd like to be heard, please come forward. You'll have 3 minutes. Just need your name, address, and the city. Any public hearing, any public comment on item number 3? Any public comment on item number 3? Seeing none. Public hearing is closed. Look for a motion or further discussion. I see Councilmember Boyette.
Recommend and motion, having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve the resolution approving annexation 20-01 as recommended by staff.
Second.
I heard a second by Councilmember Purrington. So we have a motion and second. Discussion on the motion, which is for approval. Is there any discussion? Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to a vote. All in favor of the motion, which is for approval, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Bring us to item number 4. Denise, would you please read item number 4?
Development agreement with Buggy Bath Car Wash for infrastructure improvements at the northwest corner of Central Avenue and Shiloh Road. Staff recommends approval action this evening. Approval or disapproval of staff recommendation.
Debbie Melling is our presenter. Debbie, it's all yours.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, for having us here tonight. So the development agreement is with Buggy Bath Car Wash. And as the developer of the property, they're the ones that need to agree to these conditions. So if Buggy Bath Car Wash doesn't go through either tonight or something happens in the interim, we will need to come back with a new development agreement when development is proposed on that property. So this is correct with Buggy Bath. And what you're seeing, and I'm just going to give you a quick rundown here, the development agreement pretty much calls out everything that would be required by our existing policies. So there's nothing in it that is different than if they just developed today, with the exception of the sewer line in Shiloh Road. The sewer line in Shiloh was put in 2009, and so this property would need to pay the city back for the portion of the sewer that that fronts their property. That's a little bit different than if they were in the city already. So other than that, everything is in keeping with how it would develop. Anyway, there is some phasing that's specific to this development.
Debbie, can you clarify who Buggy Bath Car Wash is relative to the current owner, the revocable trust?
We believe it's a contract buyer, the one that will develop on that property if everything goes through.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember Ewalt?
Thank you, Mayor. Debbie, there's an access off of Shiloh that goes into that property, and then there's an access off of Central, but that looks like it's going through 1A, is it?
Right.
So is that a legal access for this new parcel or not?
We did actually define what the accesses could be in the development agreement. And so you can see it's got 2 existing and 1 future access as shown on Exhibit A in your packet there, which I don't think I have. Do you have Exhibit A that you can put up there?
No, I don't think Exhibit A is. Oh, is it right there?
I didn't. I'm not sure you got pictures, and I can't read.
Yeah, I don't think we have
words.
pictures. We just
Paragraph
have.
6 deals with access. There you are.
So with the access, there's 2 existing and 1 future. We do have one on Central, and you can see there shall be allowed a future access along the frontage on Central at 135 feet, 135.24 feet, actually.
But that's not getting, that's going to be in the undeveloped part, so they probably
Right.
won't be putting that access in there unless they develop that part of the parcel, right?
Right, this defines that they can have it, it just says it's a future one.
Okay, so they only got one legal access right now, and that's coming off of Shiloh.
Actually, I do think that they are planning on constructing it under the first development, and they are accessing over the portion of land that's to the south.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions for Debbie? Are there any other questions for Debbie? Councilmember Purrington?
Just one, Debbie, on the recouping the development costs or that line,
Right.
is that the only reason that you're not doing it or that you are able to do it is because you're annexing the property? If that property had been within the city, then you do not have a policy for any sort of development costs afterwards?
So it's very rare that we have a parcel that is adjacent to infrastructure that the city installed at our cost. Most of the time, when a parcel's out there, it was installed, the infrastructure was installed by a developer. They have a reimbursement agreement, which means anybody that ties onto those lines 10 years into the future has to pay them back. So most of our lines are installed by development, and then they get paid back by the developer when they're in the city or not in the city. This was a unique one because we built Shiloh and we extended the lines before we built the road. This doesn't happen very often, but there is nothing in policy that if this parcel was in the city, there's nothing in policy that would allow us to recoup those costs. We are going to change that in the next phase of our rules and regs. We're going to propose it to be changed anyway.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions for Debbie? If not, Debbie, you can take a seat and we'll open up for public comment. This is, actually, we will not. This is not a public hearing on item number 4. We'll open it up to a motion or further discussion. Councilmember Purrington.
I move to approve the development agreement with Buggy Bath Car Wash as recommended by the staff.
Motion by Councilmember Purrington, second by Councilmember Boyette. Further discussion on the motion. Is there any discussion on the motion? If not, all in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Denise, would you read item number 5?
Public hearing and first reading ordinance expanding the boundaries of Ward 5 to include recently annexed property in annexation 20-01, an approximate 5.818 gross and 4.708 net acres, more or less, described as Lot 22A of amended lots 1 and 22, Block 2 of Certificate of Survey number 2727M, generally located northwest of the intersection of Shiloh Road and Central Avenue. Amy Awata, trustee of Amy Awata Revocable Trust owner. Staff recommends conditional approval. Action this evening, approval or disapproval of staff recommendation.
Thank you very much. Monica, long time no see.
Yes.
Tell us about it.
Mayor and council, I do not have a formal presentation for you. I only just wanted to explain that this is an ordinance. It does require 2 readings. Tonight is your first reading and public hearing, and it is specifically to expand the boundaries of Ward 5 to make sure that we've addressed any sort of cleanup issues with the ability to vote with your city-owned property. So anyhow, with that being said, you have a resolution and you can expect a second reading. This is the only item related to this property that requires a second reading. Thank you.
Thank you. Does this come with a pay raise for our Ward 5 representatives? Freak, I guess not. Okay, then any other questions for Monica before we open up for public hearing? Okay, this is a public hearing on item number 5. Is there any public comment? Item number 5, to expand the ward boundary for Ward 5. Any public comment? Public comment then is closed on item number 5. Is there discussion, motion, or questions? Councilmember Shaw?
That's right. I'm going to make a motion. Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve first reading ordinance expanding the boundaries of Ward 5 as recommended by staff.
Second. Second by Councilmember Neese. Discussion on the motion? If not, all in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Denise, would you please read item number 6?
Public hearing on special review 981, a special review to allow a standalone car wash facility in a neighborhood commercial zone on a 4.708 acre parcel of land described as Lot 22A, Block 2 of Certificate of Survey 2727M and generally located on the northwest corner of Shiloh Road and Central Avenue. Amy Awata, trustee, owner, Brian Alexander, Sanderson Stewart, agent. Zoning Commission recommends conditional approval and adoption of the findings of the 3 criteria. Action this evening, approval or disapproval of Zoning Commission recommendation.
All right, Karen, you're our presenter on this one. It's all yours.
Good evening, council and mayor and council. This is a special review application which is required for a standalone car wash in the neighborhood commercial zoning district. And just to review, your special review applications are reviewed using the code criteria 27-1503 to determine whether it is an allowed use in the zone, that it meets the requirements of the zoning districts, and that it does not impose any unmitigated negative effects on the surrounding uses. Doesn't require an ordinance for approval. They're tied to specific uses in the district, and special reviews, unlike zone changes, may be conditioned to mitigate those possible impacts. So this is the familiar property of the evening. The surrounding zoning, again, across Shiloh Road is community commercial. To the north and to the west are residential 15,000, and then neighborhood commercial to the south, as well as residential 9,600. The aerial view shows you the surrounding area. Again, I'm not going to go into detail to shorten it. The property is vacant. It's just north of the Cenex on the corner of Shiloh Road and Central Avenue. And again, some photos, they're going to be a little repetitive, so I won't spend too much time showing you. To the north, across the Shiloh Commons, and south to the Cenex. The Zoning Commission held their public hearing and is forwarding a recommendation of conditional approval with 7 conditions. The approval is for the subject property. It's for construction of the standalone car wash only. The site shall be developed in substantial conformance to the site plan submitted, with the exception of these conditions. Additionally, a solid wall will be built to screen the residences from light and buffer noise from the site, and no construction activities from 7 a.m. or after 8 p.m. daily. They shall comply with all other standards in place, and these conditions run with the land. I'm going to leave you with the site plan that's submitted by the applicant. The agent is present. If you have specific questions, I can certainly answer any other questions you might have.
Questions for Karen. Councilmember Tricky?
Hi, and thank you. So I'm looking at this, and what I'm seeing is that this is in compliance with our infill policy. Is that correct?
It is a very good infill project.
Okay. So basically, we just annexed a greenfield, and that is in compliance with our existing infill policy.
We annexed a parcel that was vacant and not currently being used for any even agricultural. It was just a field, yes.
But it's consistent because it's on the edge, but next to the city, as opposed to a vacant piece of land in the middle of the city that's already there.
Correct.
Thank you.
Other questions for Karen? Any other questions for Karen? If not, Councilmember Neese?
Karen, I'm not sure if you can answer this question or not, but when Frank was talking about the road to the south, exiting onto Central, it looks to me like they're only putting one exit and it'll exit out into Shiloh. Is that correct? Or will the developer answer some of
I
those
think the
questions?
developer can better answer that
Okay,
question for you.
I can wait on that question. Thank you.
Okay. And did you say that Brian has a presentation on this?
I believe he's here to answer any questions you might have. I'm not sure if he has a detailed presentation.
Okay. Any other questions for Karen before we ask Brian Alexander to come forward? Anything else for Karen? Not? Thank you very much. Brian, if you want to come forward, please do so. While you're coming there, one place to start would just be, can you clarify the relationship between Buggy Bath Car Wash and the current owner of the property, the Revocable Trust?
Yes, just for the record, I'm Brian Alexander with Sanderson Stewart, 1300 North Transtech Way, Billings, Montana. Thank you, Council and Mayor. Yes, to clarify, the Buggy Bath Car Wash is a contract under owner. They will be purchasing the property contingent of annexation and approval of the special review. The proposed car wash facility shown here has two proposed accesses. One here, both the existing approaches that the Zip Trip is using. There is a reciprocal access agreement between the two properties that allows free access between the two properties to and from Central Avenue and Shiloh Road. The existing access on Shiloh Road right now is a right-in, right-out. The developer is proposing just the development of the car wash on the north and retaining the rest of the property for potential future development, which is undetermined at this time, but they don't have any plans immediately to subdivide that property or do anything else with the current development. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Councilor Ewalt?
Thank you, Mayor. Brian, that access onto Shiloh, being it so close to that roundabout, is that going to be right in, right out on that also?
So the existing access on Shiloh Road is currently right in, right out. There is a center median that restricts access on that one. As far as the access on Central Avenue, right now it is full access. There was a traffic study that was done by the owner that didn't recommend any conditions, but as part of our development agreement with the city, we will be providing an updated traffic impact study that will address that intersection and potentials to restrict that to a right in, right out. And that is part of the reasoning behind requesting an additional approach on Central Avenue. In the case that existing approach does have further restrictions on access, that we can provide at least a method for someone to take a left-hand turn into the development from Central Avenue. Currently, depending on the outcome of that traffic impact study, there wouldn't be that, or the third approach wouldn't be built immediately, but would be something that could be built in the future if necessary.
Thank you.
Okay, other questions for Brian? Councilmember Yakovich?
Thank you, Honor and Council. Brian, I was just curious, and I could have asked others too, but you had a public hearing out in that area. It appears that no one showed up or no interest, or just curious, and would the Commons be notified?
Yes, I think they were within that 300-foot boundary. And we also, in addition, we had previously looked, or the Buggy Bath had looked at the property on the south side of Central Avenue. And there were some access issues, and we did a neighborhood meeting for that property for potential zone change. So we also notified the people that attended that neighborhood meeting of this public process. And I think we received one comment back just appreciating our effort to reach out to them and that they didn't have any concerns with traffic on this particular project that they did on the other property that we were looking at.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for Brian? Don't see any. Thank you very much. This is a public hearing, so we'll open up the public hearing now for public comment on Special Review 981. Is there anybody who would like to be heard on item number 6, special review for this property? Anybody who'd like to be heard on item number 6? Please come forward if you do. Seeing none, public hearing is closed on item number 6. Further questions, discussion, or motion on item 6? Councilmember Joy?
Having conducted a public hearing considering written and spoken public testimony and review of the Zoning Commission's recommendation for conditional approval and adoption of the findings of the 3 criteria, I move for approval of Special Review 981.
Second.
Heard Councilmember Purrington, was that the second down there?
I don't think so, but okay.
Good.
Is it Councilmember Ronning?
I don't think so, but okay.
Okay,
She was louder than this.
yeah. Okay, I'll, further, is there any discussion on the motion, which is for approval? Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to a vote. All in favor of the motion for approval, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Denise, would you read item number 7?
Public hearing and resolution creating SID 1410 Anafeld subdivision, second filing, parks and streetlights. Staff recommends approval. Action this evening, approval or disapproval of staff recommendation.
Debbie Melling, it's yours again.
Me again.
I do notice there's some seats opening up. If you need a seat, please try to fill in. Debbie.
Okay. This item is for the creation of a special improvement district for Anafeld second filing. We did a very similar one for Anafeld first filing. This one is for in the amount of $550,000, and it is for park improvements and streetlights. The average assessment, or the assessment for everyone, is $1.55 per square foot, which I believe it says in there. And there's no protests on this project, so we can answer questions.
Questions for Debbie. Councilmember Ewald.
Thank you, Mayor. This lighting, is that going to be city-owned lighting? Okay, are you going to start putting in a charge for maintenance 25 years down the road, like we're running into, I think, someplace we heard where we got light poles that are rusting off? So are we going to be active and do that?
So our bond council has given us recommendations for wording to put in those street light districts to enable us to do that work in the future. So it will change in the new districts, yes.
So is there going to just be like a small monthly charge just as a maintenance deal, not to where you charge the new price the whole time for 30 years?
There's rules on how those can be charged out, and I don't know how we're going to do that yet. We haven't been doing that on our existing districts, so it's a little bit bigger issue than just what I can answer on this SID. This is for the installation of those lights, but this isn't for the SLIMD, which is the maintenance portion of it.
Okay, thank you.
Debbie, on that topic, what happens when you get to a need for replacement? Have to do a new district, or can you build that into these assessments as well? And how long do lights last?
Well, we have lights that are 60-plus years old right now. That is part of what we're running into right now and what we're trying to solve. The way that we have historically written our SLIMDs does not allow us to do wholesale changes of the district. We can do the occasional replacement, but it doesn't allow full replacement of the districts. That's what we're trying to get to with the program that we're trying to work through right now. And our new districts will be created a little bit different.
Okay, we'll stay tuned. Councilmember Bernice.
Thank you, Mayor. Debbie, just to clarify, because I asked the questions about this, and I understood this is one of the new districts. Is that not correct then? That this is, Dave is shaking his head, this is a new district. So this is actually setting it up for future capital replacement. So there'll be money collected, set aside. When a pole needs to be replaced, they can replace what they have. Okay, I see Dave shaking his head, so.
This is not that, though. This is the SID. This is not the SLIMD. So we need to create the SLIMD still.
Right,
That's
okay.
where that will be done.
Okay.
But yeah, this is the new district, the new
Okay.
type of district.
All right,
yes.
thank you.
Yep.
Other questions for Debbie? Is there any other questions for Debbie? If not, we'll move on to public hearing. Is there any public comment on item number 7, SID 1410 in Anafeld subdivision? I guess I should have asked whether the developer, I see Greg McCall's back there. Greg, did you have anything on this that you wanted to bless us with before we open it for public hearing?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Yeah, I was just going to, and to Mr. Ewald's question too, and Mr. Neese's question. With a lot of work with the city and trying to understand better ways that we can bring about community lighting in our new neighborhoods, with Josephine Crossing, we learned some tough lessons in that if we just put a street lighting district in place alone where we're working only with Northwestern Energy, we have costs that will go on forever and ever, amen, to those homeowners. And in this instance, what we've decided to do is by creating the SID, we can go ahead and put these in. They technically, at this point in time, since we're going to be continuing to grow and expand the neighborhood, we're owning these as a community, as an HOA, at which point the subdivision is done. We don't have to expand the SLMID. I can't say that. You know what I'm saying, Street Lighting Maintenance District. At that point in time, then we'll overlay it. But we are using all of the city new light specs throughout. So the similar lights that you've seen in the eBird are the same lights we're using in Annafeld as well. So, thank you.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Greg, looks like maybe we have a question for you, Councilor Neese. Did you have a question for?
I do, thank
Mr.
you.
McCall?
So this is going to be for the operation managers. Do you know what the cost will be to put aside for replacement, future replacement?
Councilmember Neese, no, I do not.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, no other questions. Now we'll open it up for public comment. This is a public hearing. If you'd like to be heard on the SID 1410 and Annafeld subdivision, please come forward. Is there any public comment on item number 7? Any public comment, item number 7? If not, public comment is closed. Is there motion, discussion? Councilmember Ronning.
Thank you. I don't have a motion, but just wanted to share with the public, and we have new council members, but typically, city council is pretty gracious that if something on the agenda is actually in council's ward, they're the ones that get to do the motions. So these two guys have been sitting over here doing nothing for their ward so far. So just wanted to share that because those unspoken rules don't often get relayed, and so just wanted to share that. But typically we have the grace to say if it's in your ward, you're the one that gets to make the motion for it. So just wanted to share that.
That's right. Would anybody from Ward 5 like to earn your keep? Yeah, okay. So, since one of you has earned your keep, that would suggest that maybe Councilmember Brown would like to make the motion.
Sure, I'll make a motion.
And how about a second from Councilmember Boyette? Okay.
I move to approve the resolution to create SID 1410.
A second. Okay, thank you very much. Discussion on the motion, which is for approval. Is there any discussion? I don't see any, so all in favor of the motion for approval, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Denise, would you read item number 8?
Public hearing and resolution approving and adopting the budget amendment, moving the Castle Rock Master Plan into FY 2020 from FY 2021 per council initiative. Staff recommends approval. Action this evening, approval or disapproval of staff recommendation.
Andy.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I don't have a PowerPoint presentation for you, but this is a budget amendment as a result of the council initiative on January 27th to move the Castle Rock Master Plan funding that was approved in the FY21 CIP into the current fiscal year. This is $50,000 paid for by cash in lieu funds. I do want to make one clarification on the alternatives analyzed section of your agenda item. I had carried over language from our normal budget amendments that says disapproval of this may be in violation of state law. That is not the case here. If this is not approved, it will come before you as part of the FY21 budget. It will not put us in violation of state law. But I do want to make that clarification before discussion.
Okay, questions for Andy? Any questions on this? Councilmember Joy?
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. I had only one question about why a master plan is in the CIP. We generally have capital items that are in the CIP. A master plan is classified as O&M. And so I was just wondering if you could clarify that, please. Thank you.
Mayor, Councilwoman Joy, it's an excellent question. Technically, we don't
have to have plans in the CIP, because you're correct, it's not a capital expenditure. I suppose this is in there only because it'll likely lead to significant capital expenditure, but typically the plans don't need to be a part of that, but it was included in the CIP this year.
Councilmember Joy?
Thank you. Thank you for the, Mayor and Council, for the follow-up. When a developer gives cash in lieu, is that cash in lieu meant for capital development of that park? Thank you.
I may defer to Parks Director Mike Whitaker on that one.
Good evening, Mayor and Council again. Councilmember Joy, cash in lieu dollars is to benefit the, to add a Parks and Recreation benefit to the people in that area. So it could be anything from a master plan to construction. For example, the development Centennial Park, $460,000 out of that development went towards Centennial Park. But I couldn't tell you exactly for what item, other than the phase one.
Thank you.
Okay, anything else for Mike or Andy? If not, we'll open up for public hearing on item number 8, the budget amendment relating to Castle Rock Master Plan, moving it from fiscal year, the next fiscal year into this fiscal year. If you'd like to be heard on item number 8, please come forward. Would anybody like to be heard on item number 8? Any public comment on item number 8? Seeing none, public hearing is closed on item number 8. Is there a motion on that item? Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll make a quick comment. If you, council members, I don't know if you saw the email from the Heights Task Force, but they're fully in support of this. Chris, I don't know what time that came in, but just it did come in today sometime. So thank you for the Heights Task Force and supporting this. And I'd like to make a motion, having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve the resolution to adopt the budget amendment per council initiative, which moves the Castle Rock Master Plan from fiscal year 21 into fiscal year 20.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Ewald. Discussion on the motion? Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I will not be supporting this motion. The money that's given by developers is to benefit parks. But we never have any capital development of some of our parks because we have no capital. If we are going to spend money for O&M that, in my opinion, just my opinion, is more appropriately spent on capital development, because there isn't a single ward at this table that does not have parkland in its ward that is waiting to be developed. And some of you at that end of the table have a lot of land that is not going to be developed for a very long time. Ward 4 is very sparse in community parks. So I will not support this. I do not think it is appropriate use of funds that I think would be better used for capital development of parks. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Further discussion on the motion? Councilmember Ronning?
Thank you. I do understand what you're saying, Denise, I really do. So the other day I had to drive out to the Heights, and I was driving around, and I drove around Castle Rock, and there's so many neighborhoods in that area that that just sit there with this empty park. And I so get what you're saying, Denise, I do, and I agree in theory with what you're saying entirely, I do. But I know that the money that we get when it comes to parks is so few and far between. And I wish that there were the public that was personally raising money and private dollars for Castle Rock Park, because every other ward is doing that. I think it would be nice if the Heights were doing that as well, but that's not happening. And and I just want to see this park get some equipment in it, though. I want to see it get something in it, and so I am going to support this, yeah.
Thank you very much. Other discussion on the motion? Councilmember Neese?
Thank you, Mayor. And I actually have to, I agree with Denise to a point, because I actually voted probably against using these type of funds for that, but understanding, like Penny said, we don't have, so I voted against before I'm voting for it. But we do need to get some stuff up there. And the Parks Department has indicated that we do have to get that master plan updated so we can move forward on Castle Rock Park. So I do appreciate the support of the council on this. And just as a note, it isn't a change of funds. We're same funding that we originally approved in the CIP in December. We're just moving the time frame of that. But again, thank you for your support.
Councilmember Triki.
Given the current conversation, I hope that all members of council recognize that the problem is the lack of a dedicated source of revenue for capital projects for parks, and that when this issue comes up this spring, when we look at the budget, that we don't say no again.
Thank you very much. Further discussion on the motion? I guess I'll just throw in my 2 cents, which is really just to agree with Councilmember Triki. We haven't, until Centennial Park, developed a large park in Billings for 38 years. And so and that's because of that lack of funding source. We do now have the ability to create those funds by increasing Park District 1. That means increasing the taxes of the people in this room and watching. There's no free lunch. So, but we have not been investing in our parks. And so I would encourage the council also to look into raising Park District 1, put money into park construction, but to earmark those funds to leverage private donations so that those dollars would go to match in some proportion private donations, because it's got to be a public-private partnership in order to get the heft that we need to raise enough money to develop all those undeveloped parks we have out there. So stay tuned on that one, I guess, in the future. Councilmember Ewald.
Thank you, Mayor. I got to ask you, Mayor, which park was that was developed 38 years ago?
Castle Rock. Okay, your point is that it wasn't fully developed, and I think that's a very good park, or a very good point, but at least has grass and trees. Other discussion on the motion? If not, we'll proceed to vote on the motion. This is item number 8. All in favor of the motion for approval, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay.
Nay.
Councilmember Joy votes nay. Everyone else was in agreement. We'll move on to item number 9. Denise, would you read item number 9?
Public hearing and resolution assessing the cost of cutting and/or exterminating weeds. Staff recommends approval. Action this evening, approval or disapproval of staff recommendation.
Wyatt.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and Council. I don't have a formal PowerPoint presentation, but I'll just give you a brief rundown on this item, especially since we do have council members that are new to this process. The Code Enforcement Division does enforce the city's weed ordinance through the season every year, and we work through with property owners a notification process, and then if properties are not brought into compliance with their weeds being cut, then we do send those, coordinate with the City Parks Department, send those to be cut, and they are cut. And then we bill the property owners for that, for the cutting. If they do not pay for those, what we bill them, invoice them through that process, then we do come forward and have the City Council assess those properties for those costs. And we do that twice a year. So 2019 was our last weed season where we were going through this process. We did have some initial assessments in September, and at that time, we're still wrapping up the weed season overall from when we started in May, and so we had properties that we were still in the process of billing. And so what you're seeing tonight are the remaining properties that have not yet paid and that we are now proposing to assess for those charges. There's 31 properties that you have this evening. We've checked as of this afternoon with finance and our code enforcement staff. We're not aware of any additional ones that have been paid since this was put together. They were all noticed through our notice process. went out 20 days before this meeting. And also in that letter, it also explains if they do dispute that, how to contact us and go through that process. I had an email from one individual who said he was going to go ahead and pay it, but he was frustrated he had tried to spray his property, and clearly from our photos, the weeds had not yet been affected by any spray at the time that we went to cut them, and so they looked just like they had looked before. So, but anyway, other than that, haven't heard from any other property owners. I can tell you that during 2019, we had 22 cases, weed cases per week during the season that were coming in. That came to a total of about 1,150 cases in 2019. That was a little bit less than the 2018 year, and it really, of course, depends on the weather and the season about how much weed growth we see. So anyway, with that, I'd be happy to try to answer any other questions. And what you have before you is to make those assessments.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions? Councilmember Yakovich.
Thank you, Honor. Council. Mr. Friday, if some of the places have a lot of weeds in the summer, and some of my constituents are concerned by fire. If a fire occurs, would they be held responsible then, the property owner?
Councilmember Yakovich, Mayor and Council, I don't know exactly how that would work. I know there would be a response to the fire. I'm not sure not aware of any process there in terms of billing for that, but we would respond, the city would respond, I should say, for that.
It's just a big concern for some of the elderly in that area. And just a follow-up on that, you have 1,150 cases last year?
Correct, in 2019.
And what does that mean exactly? We have this list here of people who we actually find. What happened to all these other cases that they complied after a number of warnings?
Councilmember Yakovich and Mayor and Council, yes, so in 2019, there were about 1,150 cases, 98 properties were actually cut. So you're correct, most of the properties complied. After there's a notice, we get the complaint, we go and inspect the property, make sure that it's a valid complaint. They get notice to come into compliance. We go back and check it a second time to see if it's been cut. If not, then it's sent to be cut. So compliance was very high. So only 98 properties out of 1,150 were cut, and then the total amount that we're assessing is 47.
I see. And just one, because of Mr. Salzar or our code enforcement officers are out there reminding them, is that how they comply?
Councilmember Yakovich and Mayor and Council, and actually for these, our main code enforcement officers that do all sort of general codes are dealing with these. Our code enforcement officer, Craig Salzman, is focused just on those structure properties. Now, we certainly sometimes have cases on those, but we coordinate that with the other officers. But they're basically, we're getting these complaints and then doing that initial investigation, notice, and then follow-up. And in many of those cases, when we went back, they've cut the properties have been cut.
Thank you, Mr. Friday.
Thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councilmember Ronning?
Thank you. So, and maybe you shared this and I just missed it, but so for the public that's here and the public that's watching, we actually see the names and the addresses of the people that haven't cut their weeds. This is really embarrassing. So for people that don't want to have their name and address, made public, that they aren't cutting their weeds, first of all, how do they actually get on this list? Like, is this like the dirty dozen of the weeds?
Councilmember Ronning and Mayor and Council, no, it's not. It's different than that because these are only the properties that they didn't cut the weeds. We went and cut them. They got invoiced, first, and didn't pay after multiple invoices, and so then they come to you on this list. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I promise, Wyeth, my check's in the mail. Can you take that off? No. Councilmember Brown.
Wyatt, a lot of these are property owners that don't live here in Billings, correct? I mean, we get a list of those every year that kind of do that as kind of their weed control, right?
Councilmember Brown and Mayor and Council, some are from out of town. I would say that it's a pretty good mix, and we certainly have some that are here in town and are still not, not getting them cut. But certainly we do have some that are, we run into situations with out of town property owners. Some of them have services that they thought were doing something and it turns out they weren't, and we work through that with them. But it's definitely a combination, between, I would say it's not, the out of town isn't a majority per se. It's a pretty good back and forth with the others.
Okay, Councilmember Neese?
Thank you, Mayor. Why, so are many of these repeat offenders from last year where we're continually to add this on there? Or is this, once they kind of get the notice, they realize, oh man, I better make sure I get my weeds cut the next year so I don't get this? Is this how?
Councilmember.
Are these repeat?
So Councilmember Neese and Mayor and Council, some are repeat, but I would say over the last few years, we've seen that decrease where and we've got property owners that have multiple properties that are vacant, and so they're having to be, pretty vigilant about keeping up with their weed cutting and everything. But we've worked with some of them more in the last several years to make sure they understand the areas that they have to take care of. So I think there's still a few, but it's definitely dropped off and from what it used to be. And actually some of these folks are new, ones we've never had before that are on there too.
Quick follow-up, Mayor. So are these multiple cuttings, one cutting? What is this, some of these represent? Like you see one for 177, two, is that because their land is bigger? How are these being assessed?
Councilmember Neese and Mayor and Council, so if you're seeing like a 177, that's basically a single cut, and most of these are single cut. If the property's larger, like you're describing, it goes higher, and we there's a charge for basically the mowing crew in terms of their mobilization and time there, and then there's a little fine piece, and then also a processing fee. So that's all combined. I think most of the ones from when I was looking at them are single only once, where we just cut them one time. We've had seasons for sure where, depending on the weather and what they're doing, we've ended up there twice. But I think most of these were just a single, and it just depended on the property size.
Okay, and have we done a study to know that that's actually paying for our cost and time to get out there and do that? So, a lot of times we charge a fee for something, but it was done 20 years ago. We never increased the fee. Is this fee being reassessed every year and made sure we're paying we're actually charging the cost of doing the service?
Councilmember Neese and Mayor and Council, I'm not sure if it's every year, but I know we coordinate with the Parks Department, who's the crew that's doing the cutting, to make sure that what their time is being covered with their staff, and so we do revisit that on a regular basis.
Okay, I saw Mike over there shaking his head, so great, thank you.
Mayor.
Okay, Councilmember Pearson?
Quick question. Are these subjective or objective? How do you measure the weeds?
Sure. So the city's regulation requires you to cut weeds if you have to maintain 4 inches, and if it's over 12 inches, then we go and we notice them to cut. So we have actually rulers, cameras with rulers. We've had to perfect this over the years, to be very clear. So you'll see, actually, if I pulled up any of these cases, when we do the inspection, and then when the crew actually goes to cut, they will take photos with the ruler and time date stamp it before and after they do the cutting, so we can show what was going on the site.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions for Wyeth? Don't see any.
Okay.
Thank you, Wyeth. This is item 9. It's a public hearing. If there's no other questions for staff, we'll move to the public hearing. Don't see any questions. So if you'd like to be heard on item number 9, the weed assessments, please come forward. Is there any public comment on item number 9? Any public comment on item number 9? None of you failed to cut your weeds, or will admit it if you did. Okay, public comment is closed then. Is there discussion or motion? Councilmember Purington.
I have a motion, having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve the resolution assessing weed cutting and extermination costs.
Motion made by Councilmember Purington, second by Councilmember Boyette.
We took it off.
Any discussion on the motion? Is there any discussion on the motion? Now we'll proceed to a vote. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Item number 10. Andy, you're down here, or Chris, are you going to be the presenter on this?
Happy to be the presenter on this. As was mentioned during the administrative report, this abatement has actually been paid. So it was determined we should hold the hearing because we did notify it just in case there's somebody in the public who wants to testify, but there is no action needed by the council since the abatement has been paid. So.
Okay, thank you very much. So we do need a public hearing, and then we'll need a motion. Yes. So we'll proceed to the public hearing. Is there anybody who came to be heard on item number 10, the cost of abatement at 101 North 24th? If so, please come forward. Any public comment on item number 10? Any public comment? Seeing none, public comment is closed. On item number 10, is there a motion? Again, the recommendation of staff now is denial since it has been paid. Correct?
Correct. So you could make a motion to deny it, or frankly, you don't have to take any action because we're not going to follow through with the assessment.
Okay, as long as we had the public hearing, you need no further action.
Don't need any further action. I would just recommend for future agendas if we could either have real or perceived hours of public hearing after the meeting, then things would move along quite a bit more efficiently. So.
Yes. Okay, well, we'll just move on unless somebody wants to have discussion on this item. Councilmember Ewald?
Question?
Sure. Question for Wyeth?
This property at this location, is that a property that should probably be demolished, or because they had it boarded up and then I guess you went in and put plexiglass over the windows and took the plywood off to a total of about $10,000. And is this person going to be looking at having that property demolished in a year or two because it's that bad a shape? Or, and if so, why didn't we just go the whole route to start with?
Councilmember Ewald, Mayor and Council, the owner has been planning to redevelop that property for quite some time, but has not moved forward. And we've been having a lot of challenges there with graffiti, with the window issue. There's an awning now that we're having some issues with. It's partially broken. So unfortunately, it's gone on. We got the building secured with this plexiglass like you described, which is what you're seeing tonight through the court process. And we're still trying to make sure that there's not there's not additional safety issues with the property. And again, hoping that the owner is going to move something forward and either demolish or do something different there. Yeah.
Okay, thanks, Wyatt.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember Trickey?
So when you go through this process, is there a point where you look inside the building to see if the inside of the building is safe? Or are we just concerned about the exterior?
Councilmember Chiriki and Mayor and Council, we are primarily concerned with the exterior in terms of the security of having the building so no one can get in, with broken windows, doors. If there was actually damage to walls and stuff like that, or the roof, that's where it comes into play with code enforcement, and specifically making sure that it's a safe structure from the standpoint that it's not a hazard with people trying to, getting in or something like that. But we're not in there at this point looking at the interior.
Okay, any other discussion? Again, there's no action item here. So Councilmember Neese?
Wyeth, in the cost of this, like Frank said, about $10,000, that's just not the plywood and things like that. That's recouping some of the legal costs as well? Or is that just the cost to have someone go out there and work on it?
Councilmember Neese, Mayor and Council, that is just the cost of the abatement activity, which was to determine a material that we could use to secure it, and having a contractor who was familiar with installation of this material. It's like a plexiglass, but it's a little bit different. Get that installed. So that's all you're seeing there. It doesn't include additional costs outside of that in terms of our other process.
Okay, thank you. And if you mind, just a quick question for Brent. Is there any way to recoup some of the costs to these property owners that are causing additional expenses and time to the city like this?
Your Honor, Councilmember Neese, at this point, no. I believe, remind me, Wyeth, this was a municipal infraction that actually went to court, and this abatement was court ordered. And so under our current rules, under municipal infractions, we are not allowed to recover any additional staff time cost. And as a reminder, municipal infractions are authorized by state statute. And unless a state statute specifically authorizes that cost recovery, we are not allowed to do that, unfortunately.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Wyeth? If not, we will just call that item concluded. And now we have a bit of a choice to make for members of the council. I appreciate everybody's cooperation in getting us this far. We've moved very expeditiously, and trust me, that's unusual for us. So thank you. The good news is that we are doing well, time-wise. We would normally break after about 2 hours. We've been in session now for an hour and 45 minutes, but most people sat down at least 15 minutes to half an hour beforehand. So we have a bit of a choice. We can take a break now, as short as possible, come back, begin our public comment on non-agenda items, or we could get into that. But if we do that, we would not want to break kind of midstream, and I would suggest that we go maybe that full hour. So what's the pleasure of the council? Take a break now? Okay, looks like what we'll do. Councilmember Ronnie?
Before we break, I know a lot of people here, they've been sitting here since 4:30, 5 o'clock, and most of them were not allowed to bring any drinks inside. So is there direction for a water fountain or someplace where they can get something to drink while, is there a water fountain out there?
Yes.
Okay, so there's a water
There
fountain
is.
right out there?
And-
Okay.
And I'll also just remind people where the restrooms are. There is one by the parking garage, and most of the bathrooms are downstairs. And am I leaving anything out?
Yeah. It's, the one by the parking garage is closed off.
And that's closed. So the
it's all
only
downstairs.
bathrooms are,
Oh,
and right there.
across the hall.
Okay, all right. And yeah, so we apologize for that. Now you see why we need a new city hall. Okay, what we're going to do is we're going to adjourn, and it is 7:15. Please try to be back here in 10 minutes, 7:25. When we come back, we'll hear for 30 minutes by proponents, 2 minutes each. We'll need a line of about 15 people when we come back, and that's what we'll start. Again, we're aiming to start again at 7:25. Clear? Okay, we're adjourned. Thank you. We'll see you in about 10 minutes. Get those out of the way. Those people can leave. That'll hopefully free up some space. If you have room, please move aside to let other people sit down. There are people waiting outside who may want to comment. The original goal, as described earlier, was to limit public comment to 2 hours with 2 minutes per speaker. If you do the math, there's a lot more people here than there are opportunities to speak. So if there are people who know who is waiting and can get that message out to people who may not have heard that, you may want to do that. The council will address that situation after 2 hours if we're still going strong at that point, but that is the current plan. So if there isn't anything from council, we will go ahead and open it up for public comment on non-agenda items, so something that wasn't on the agenda tonight and not on the NDO. At least initially, and then that way you can leave. So we'll need your name, address, and the city that you're from. So, sir, take it away.
My name is Ira Pressinger. I live at 309 South 2nd Street in Joliet. I am a member of the Town of Joliet City Council. The reason I'm speaking here tonight is I want to throw my support fully behind your safety levy. I kind of come from a law enforcement background, and currently at Joliet, we are working on, with the county, the proposed Carbon County Jail. Currently, the county is spending over $20,000 a month to house prisoners elsewhere within the state. Townsend, Forsyth, Miles City, Bozeman, and we even have a few here in Billings. We have people running around the town of Joliet that the judges can do nothing with other than to release them. We are looking at a 100-bed facility. And we're currently going through the annexation process for that property just to the west of Joliet and west of the USDA building of about 15 acres. We have approved annexation conditional upon enlargement, which means that the property has to be built on either by the landowner or if the county is able to purchase the property and get the levy passed for building a new jail. Now, when you lose deputies to transport prisoners halfway across the state, you lose their services for patrol or answering calls. So, and we know that you're very overcrowded here in Billings. If Rich doesn't mind, I'm going to tell you a little comment he made to me. And that is, would you please get your prisoners out of our jail?
Okay, all right. Thank you, sir, very much. We appreciate your comments, and we think that's a great idea. Okay, good luck.
If you have any questions, the town's email address is townofjoliet@gmail.com. Carbon County does have a website you can go to. We have a public meeting March 9th concerning the issue. We've had 2 or 3 public meetings already. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members, for your time.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Any other public comment on a non-agenda item besides the NDO?
Well, hello. My name is Anna O'Donnell. I live at 131 Avenue B. Mayor and council members. I was on vacation and hosted a PR event, so I'm sure you've missed me in the last 2 weeks. I'm just coming forward to remind you that Fire Station 8 does need to be on this mill levy. I've heard rumblings in the last 2 weeks that maybe we're thinking about dropping that, and I'm just letting you know I'm back in town. So I want to bring this forward. We have members in the Heights who have wrote you consistently that we need this. We have in the past, this mill levy has not passed, and a large part of that is because of the Heights voters. And we have an opportunity to bring them in, to support them, to support our community. And in the past, we have talked about the strategic placing of fire stations and why this is important, right? We have Station 6 in the Heights. If they are training or if they are on another call, we have nobody to get to the people in the Heights. So when we plan another station, yes, it is for the people in the Heights, but it's definitely for this whole community. So if Station 6 is running somewhere and someone else needs to have a call or needs the protection from the fire department, we have the resources to do that. I urge you to keep this at top of priority in this safety mill levy. It is a safety mill levy. I repeat, it is a safety mill levy. It is not a police, it is not a mental health, it's a whole package. And so when we drop Fire Station 8 and think that we can bring it back in a couple years and ask the constituents to vote separately on this, I behoove you that's not a great practice. And to come back to the voters and say, hey, let's add this back in. We dropped it, but now we're going to bring it back in. It is not a great move either. I just urge you that we bring this back up into a priority. Our community needs it. We need it. The Heights needs it. Let's bring it back up and show up again. So I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Any other public comment on a non-agenda item other than the proposed NDO? Any other public comment on those other items? If not, we will open it up for proponents of the proposed NDO initiative. Again, reminder, 2 minutes, please. If you don't feel like you have to use that all, but you can. Okay, by my account, we're starting at 7:37. So first speaker up, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. I'm Robin Driscoll, and I live at 404 Houle Drive in Ward 5. 4.5 of the national population identify as LGBTQ. Roughly 3% of those folks are in Montana. In Billings alone, statistically, that means there's about 3,000 people, and of that 3,000, 19% of them have children, which is 570. So there are 3,500 people here that can be susceptible to employment or housing discrimination under the current state law. LGBTQ discrimination exists all over the United States, and in Montana is no exception. Nationally, 1 in 4 LGBTQ experience discrimination yearly. It happens in Billings as well. Attempts have been made at the legislative level on a bi-yearly basis, and as a member of the Judiciary Committee in both the House and the Senate, I heard these bills almost every time they were brought forth during my tenure. The most gut-wrenching part of these hearings was the testimony of teens and others who were bullied, shamed, shunned, and beaten because of their sexual orientation or gender identity. When the NDO was brought forth in 2014, I emailed my council members and was told that this needed to be taken care of at the state level. Well, here we are again with attempts made, but still no law. State legislators are famous for promoting local control whenever possible. So cities around Montana have passed ordinances stating that it is illegal to discriminate based on sexual orientation. As the law stands now, anyone who feels discrimination is taking place can file a complaint with the Montana Bureau of Human Rights. The Bureau supports local NDOs because it's the only place that guarantees protection of sexual orientation and gender identity. Sex is not defined in statute, so it's open to interpretation by the courts of Montana. Thank you.
Robin, thank you very much. Next.
Mayor Cole and council members, thank you for this opportunity. My name is Shelley Mann. I live at 1006 Mary Street in the Heights, and I run a hotel in Billings. My livelihood and the livelihood of over 5,000 Yellowstone County folks who work in the hospitality industry depend on people wanting to visit Billings. In 1993, Billings stood up to hate, and we became famous for not in our town. We even received some awards for that. We made national news. And for years after that, when I would stand across that desk from a guest checking in, they asked me about it, and I was proud. Sadly, our failure to protect the LGBTQ community is now what Billings is known for across Montana and beyond. Tourists are traveling to Bozeman and other Montana communities as they stand up for diversity and are seen as more welcoming. There is a clear threat to the economy of Billings if Billings does not prove that they value diversity. The right direction for Billings is clear. Will you allow personal bias to put a stain on our reputation, or will you stand tall and once again proclaim not in our town? The WDO is too important for Billings to not continue this discussion, and I ask that you put this issue on the City Council agenda. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Cole and members of the council, my name is Uri Barnea of 1104 Pali Drive. My wife and I moved to Billings in 1984. I'm not gay, but I'm Jewish and an immigrant. So I want to speak to you from a point of view of a minority person who has been targeted here in Billings. I was invited to Billings to become the music director of the Billings Symphony, and I served in that position for 20 years. Shortly after we arrived here, flyers with swastikas were scattered around the synagogue. I was shocked. I wanted to leave Billings because neither in my previous years in Minneapolis nor in Galesburg, Illinois, did I ever encounter such hatred. A few weeks later, there were flyers with the words, "Nuke Israel." I wanted to leave, but I thought it couldn't get worse. Then I began to receive derogatory phone calls with, "Go back to where you came from." I wanted to leave, but I thought things would get better, but they didn't. I began to receive Ku Klux Klan literature and newspapers at my home, and in 1993, a beer bottle was smashed into my front door, barely missing my 3-year-old son. That was the beginning of the infamous Not in Our Town events, which many of you may still remember. Let's talk economics for a moment. Between my wife and me, we probably contribute between $50,000 to $70,000 to the Billings economy through our property tax, home and car insurance, equity loan, food, clothing, gas, car repair and purchase, entertainment, and so on. Both my wife and I see Billings as our home, but we are both retired now, and we do not have to stay in Billings if we feel that the city continues to be unwelcoming to minorities. If we decide not to stay, instead of gaining a family to Billings population, you would lose one and its economic impact. 2 weeks ago, I wrote you a letter in support of the WDO. If you recall, I wrote that the famous biblical verse, "You shall love your neighbor as yourself," does not say love your white or black neighbor. It doesn't say love your Christian or Jewish neighbor. It doesn't say love your straight or gay neighbor. It just say love your neighbor as yourself, period, without qualification. I'll skip to the end. The WDO is too important for Billings to not continue the discussion. Please put this on the City Council agenda. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bernea.
My name is Judy Hanrahan, and I live at 3100 Valley View Drive in Billings. I want to address fears over trans people using bathrooms. The bathroom argument is a tactic to strike fear. It reminds me of racial desegregation. Many Southern whites did not want to share their facilities with racial minorities. These minorities scared people. Society at the time over-sexualized Black men, and people were afraid of rape and other crimes against their women and children. This is the same argument that's being advanced in this case. I ask you stop sexualizing bathroom usage. Any criminal conduct in a bathroom is illegal already. Allowing trans people to use the bathroom of their choosing does not lead to an increase in criminal behavior in bathrooms. That leaves the fact that some people will be uncomfortable sharing the bathroom or locker room with people who are different from them. We can grow and overcome our fears of difference. Most trans people suffer from gender dysphoria and are uncomfortable with their bodies, especially during their transition. They are highly unlikely to be putting their bodies on display in a locker room or shower facility. I tried to contact all of the gyms in Billings. Of the 16 I heard back from, only one did not have private showers. While this ordinance does not require private businesses to create new facilities, 15 out of the 16 gyms I contacted either had no showers or already had private or semi-private showering facilities. I volunteer 6 days a week at 406 Pride. My children are growing up around LGBTQ people every day. I believe prejudice is taught. My 4-year-old does not question what pronouns someone uses. He does not care what bathrooms they use. He loves them based on how they treat him. He judges them based on merit. This is all this ordinance is doing. There is no special class. If a gay-owned business refuses to hire or promote someone because they are straight, that's prohibited too. It asks businesses to judge people based on merit. Some of you may not have much experience here. That's what it's like when a minority faces discrimination. It goes unnoticed. If you were the minority, if LGBTQ people were the majority, would you think it was fair that people didn't hire you because you are straight? Sexual orientation and gender identity are irrelevant to merit.
Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Amanda Nelson. My address is 310 North 27th Street. I am transgender. I work for a large company that is nationwide here in town. And it has a voluntary non-discrimination policy. I still experience difficulties there. I was recently denied a promotion. And from what I was told by the member of management, is that it was because I was transgender. And they feel that I would not have the leadership of the team and the trust of the team to do so. All I'm asking for is a chance to prove myself to everyone else, just like everyone else here has a chance to do. And that's all me and my fellow LGBT members alike. And the WDO will give us that chance. So please pass it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, Billings City Council. My English name is Charlene Sleeper. My Indigenous name is Red Eagle Fan Woman. I'm enrolled in the Southern Cheyenne Arapaho Tribe of Oklahoma. However, I've been culturally raised Crow in this region since 1992. My pronouns are she, hers, they, them, he, his. I identify as non-binary, transgender, and pansexual. I live at 308 Alderson Avenue, Ward 1 in Billings. As a community liaison for the Raven Project and a missing and murdered Indigenous peoples advocate, I am the boots on the ground raising awareness for children like 15-year-old Henny Scott and helping recover missing children like 16-year-old Selena Nodafraid. I work with Trump supporters, human trafficking victims, drug addicts, veterans, and doctors in these efforts. I do not discriminate in my work. Like the MMIP movement and City Council, it is a nonpartisan community-charged effort. While living the MMIP crisis on a daily basis, I've been conducting field research since January 2018 to understand it through community organizing on reservation, in border towns, and in quasi-urban settings like Billings. I've witnessed frontline the need for protection of all children in many ways. One reality of the current environment that is killing LGBTQ youth in general is the lack of sense of belonging in Billings, Montana. A sense of belonging is a basic social human need. The fact we send messages to all of our children that they are not accepted in Billings facilitates a sense of self-loathing, which contributes to substance abuse like opiate addiction and binge drinking, domestic violence, homelessness, suicide, homicide, and many other social ails. The WDO would send a loud and proud message to all and save the lives of many children. My 16-year-old niece and I deserve to be protected from harm and exist without prejudice in our homelands. We have lived as Plains Indians in this region for millennia. We are as indigenous as sunflowers. We belong here. As human beings, we all belong here. In order to foster peace amongst us all, the WDO belongs on the city agenda. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, Cody Christensen, Linton, 10 North 35th Street.
Aside from being a small business owner, I am also a CASA advocate and peer coordinator. I'm an elementary PE teacher and avid volunteer in this community, and I am here to speak about youth in our community. I get to see children interacting with each other and watch them play without bias. They embrace each other's differences and learn from one another, only to be raised in a community that says being different is not allowed or protected. Being different can prevent you from getting a home or a job. Being different can mean you can no longer eat at your favorite restaurant. Children are intellectual enough to see differences in people not as a threat, but as something to love. Children can see this at a young age and are quickly growing into a population that embraces uniqueness, because no population can sustain without diversity. It's no wonder our workforce is diminishing. With such a large number of adults reaching retirement age, we have no one to fill the gap. Youth are looking for ways to leave the community at a young age because they want to be somewhere thriving where they are accepted, where their friends and family are accepted. So it's this time I ask you to take a stand and say that it's time for everyone in our community to be accepted, where children can be raised in a place where they can forever call home, and where they want to stay and open a business, raise a family, and live their life happily. Because at the end of this evening, it won't be all of the testimony remembered. It will be your names, faces, and statements saying we don't have time for this right now, or that this doesn't protect everyone, or this goes against my personal beliefs, or worse, that there are already laws in place protecting the LGBTQ community, which is simply not true, and I encourage you to do your research prior to stating such. You will be the ones remembered after this evening, making statements that either tell a child that they are special and welcome in this city, or that they are better suited for elsewhere. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Dominic Lucero. I am 16 and a sophomore at Skyview High School. I am a part of the LGBT community, and this is my speech. Depression, dysphoria, anger, and hate. All things felt by everyone, some more than others. Some feel so much suicide is attempted or committed. Montana, sadly, is known for that. The thing is, though, it's not gay suicide or straight suicide, it's suicide. Death. Death by our own hands. It's easier to bury our gaze in the ground and dream of a better world for everybody. But I'm done looking away. It's time to take a stand for our future. It's time to rise up, which is why I will be supporting the Welcoming Diversity Ordinance, not because of death and sorrow, but because of history, hope, and because when you are stressed out or feeling empty, you want nothing more to go back, or you want nothing more than to go back to a home that you welcome so. Billings, I feel, needs to understand that history isn't just the past, it is the future. I feel it in my heart, council members. Billings has a bright future. The light of hope will show that Billings isn't a hub for depression like everybody says. Billings has the power to be welcoming, the power to send a message of hope, not a message of uncertainty for your own safety, a message where you think, no, it's not a message where you think that the next bathroom visit will be your last. It's time to stop changing things that don't need to be changed. We're making history. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, all ideals we fought for, so why should we settle for anything less to the LGBT community? The answer is we shouldn't. Billings is ready, and for those without hope, those in the psych unit, those in the streets, and those trying their best, the WDO is a message. It's a message that it's happening. The Billings LGBT community has found their title. The title for the next chapter in this story, we are not a sob story though, good council members. We are a story of freedom, perseverance. We are a thriller and an adventure. We are a story for hope, and the WDO is the next chapter and is a representation for a series of pages yet to come for the better. Chapter 1, the Welcoming Diversity Ordinance. Let's start writing, council members.
Thank you very much. If you can just hold your applause, otherwise that won't be the end of it, and it'll be all night long. Next.
Hi. Hello. My name is Kai Arndt. I'm a student at Skyview High School, and I'm here today to show my support for the Welcoming Diversity Ordinance and the positive effects it will have on the Billings community. Bozeman, Butte, Helena, Missoula, and Whitefish have already all passed similar non-discrimination ordinances. By passing a WDO in Billings, we will be joining our sister cities in the fight against discrimination on the basis of sexual and gender orientation. The benefits of a WDO will not only include the obvious protection against harassment, but will also promote a psychological sense of security. This would be the City of Billings' way of showing its community that it cares about making people feel safe. This sense of security will bleed over to the LGBT youth of the community. According to a study done by the CDC, 29% of queer youth in America have attempted suicide, compared to the 6% of heterosexual teens. The WDO would encourage conversation about the issues that LGBT teens face and would ultimately result in a greater mutual understanding and compassion for everyone. As a queer teen, I would love to go to a school where everyone understands that it's just a part of who I am and accepts me. That sounds like paradise. I recognize that there might never be a world where this is 100% true, but this ordinance is a step in the right direction. A community that cares for one another and strives to understand everyone's opinions, feelings, and ways of life is a community that is vibrant and diverse. This is the community that Billings deserves to be. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jacqueline Owen, and I am here to talk about how I unknowingly became an ally for the LGBTQ community when my daughter was in 5th grade. I received a call from her guidance counselor saying that she had tested positive on the suicidal screening forms, and I just had no idea. We had such a strong and loving relationship, and that completely blindsided us. Next came 2 years of tears and counseling and doctor's appointments and talks until finally my daughter told me last year that she's a lesbian. I smiled and hugged her, all the while reminding her how much I love her and need her in my life. I emphasized that we are her home and will forever be her safe place. And while our home is her safe place, there is a lot that needs to be improved in Billings. The LGBTQ community here needs improvement. My wish for her is that she can live in a community that doesn't see her gender or her sexuality, but sees the amazing young woman she has become. My heart is shattered every time I am reminded of my and my community's biggest failure, that there was a point when my 11-year-old daughter thought her family would rather find her dead than to find out she was a lesbian. These are all of our children. The WDO is too important for Billings not to continue the discussion. Please put this on the city council agenda.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Cece Bettler. I live at 302 Beverly Hill Boulevard. I know we all come by our beliefs honestly, and I fully understand that various interpretations of Christianity can shape what we fear. So let's talk about fear. In order to get in here tonight, I had to be searched. There's extra security here, and I'm assuming based on some of the really horribly cruel things that I heard back in 2014 in these very room that like the gay people should be put to death, and similar terrifying, hateful statements that the extra security is justified, and it is. Thank you. I'm a heterosexual woman with 5 children, and my understanding is that all of you are heterosexuals as well, but don't we all know what it's like to feel scared? Like you, I experience scary things, but what I don't worry about is fair access to a home or a job. Can you imagine that kind of fear? We're talking about some dark times that this city wants to stay in, like segregation dark, denying people jobs and homes because of who they love. People used to use the Bible to hold down and discriminate against people who were Black or female. The Civil Rights Act only passed about 60 years ago. Some of you might know that the famous NASA mathematician, Katherine Johnson, died today. She was an African-American woman that was a central character in the popular movie Hidden Figures about her great work with NASA. Most people watch that movie and they feel the horrible sense of injustice of that time, watching that brilliant woman that was blocked promotions and the humiliation of segregated bathrooms and worse because of her skin and because of her gender. And think of any other movie that reflects the injustice of that time, such as Remember the Titans or The Help. I'd pay good money to see a Venn diagram of people in Billings, or even in this council, who enjoyed those movies for their historical importance and societal lessons, but they do not think a WDO is necessary. I'd like to believe those two things would not intersect here in Billings. I know these 2 minutes won't change some of your minds, but I owe it to my 5 children and their friends and every generation after them to be on the record here tonight that I tried the same way other generations helped to move functioning society away from Bible references to slavery, mandated hair lengths, and even food choices. As our elected officials, you can do more than try. You can move history in a just way and make Billings a welcoming place for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello. My name is Zach Christensen Linton. I live at 10 North 35th Street, Ward 1. And I want to extend my gratitude for the jobs you guys do. I know it's probably thankless, and you probably have some people that may have disagree with what you do. One of them being me, and the email I sent you might have been a little salty for some of you. So, yeah. But I'm here for my community. I am a gay man. I am actually here mostly because of the fact that there are so many in my community that don't have a voice. They don't have my privilege. My trans brothers and sisters are in constant fear. They don't have the luxuries that I have, and I acknowledge that. I'm here for my niece, who at 13 came out in Cody, Wyoming. She was ridiculed, isolated, did some very maladaptive behaviors in order to cope with that. Is an ordinance going to change minds or hearts? No. What it does change is behaviors. Laws do change behaviors. We know that, for law-abiding citizens, of course. But I don't understand the certain things that are being argued against it. And my email documented those and how some of them were untrue or completely illogical. But I would say this. You all have the potential to save someone's life by just saying welcome. And I want to leave you with that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Tanya Schulitz. I live at 2031 Country Manor Boulevard. I'm a mother, an executive, a volunteer, and a very proud member of this city. I moved here from Phoenix 5 years ago. I've researched schools, churches, hospitals, arts, restaurants, and the cost of living. It didn't occur to me to research whether or not my LGBTQ family members could face discrimination without recourse. My college sophomore daughter identifies on the spectrum and is having to make postgraduate decisions about where to live and work. Why would she come back to Billings, where she can be fired, denied housing, and otherwise discriminated against in public accommodations? The WDO is not asking for special treatment. It is asking people it's asking to treat people like my beautiful daughter, my brother, and my cousin, and all of my friends as equal under the law. I'm not asking you to change your opinion or betray your beliefs. As a Christian, I come here prayerfully to ask for you to lead our city with love and support putting the ordinance on your agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, Council. My name is Danielle Agnew. I live at 518 Avenue F here in Billings. My wife and I are small business owners in the downtown corridor, and I'm a fourth-generation Billings resident. I've been part of the LGBT community here since 1991. And I, like hundreds and hundreds of other dedicated LGBT people like me, we aren't going anywhere. But many others are. Non-LGBT families and single people under 30 are moving out of Billings at a steady pace because they see a town unwilling to evolve and afraid to move forward. Mayor Cole, you ran on a platform claiming to want to retain this demographic that's moving out. I just know that because I heard you say it a lot. Allowing a discussion about the WDO to be put on an agenda is a critical first step in honoring that demographic's concerns. The WDO isn't just about LGBT people. It's about how Billings is viewed by everybody else, period. I lead with love, and that's telling the truth, and I'll tell you the truth. It's not good how we're viewed by other parts of the state. My wife and I went to Bozeman for 11 months to open a second location of her gym. And it was embarrassing, and it hurt my heart. How many times people would say, "Oh, you moved from Billings? Oh, you must be so glad to be here. They're so backwards there." Or when I would go to Butte, gang, it's painful. This is my hometown. And I would line up and I would have work functions, and those Butte folks would say, "Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry that Billings is falling prey to bigotry and meth." We're not doing so hot. We're not doing so hot, but we can do better. The 11 of you have the final say in the perception of our city for the remaining 110,000 of us. And notwithstanding everybody in your individual wards, That's roughly 110,000 people, 10,000 people on each of your shoulders. And hundreds of those people are part of the LGBT community. And leadership is hard. No one forces us into leadership. No one forced you to run for these seats, right? It's a work. And it's an enormous responsibility. And we all must do what's right, not just in fear of fake lawsuits and weird gay agendas that don't exist, but how about what does exist, which is a city whose LGBT population needs your help, an economy that needs your help. If any one of you were ever bullied and needed my help, I will guarantee you personally right here, I will be there for you.
Danielle, we lost track of that, but I think your 2 minutes is up unless you've got another sentence.
Just one more, though. WDO is too important for Billings to not continue the discussion. So please consider putting it on the council agenda. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shelley Thompson, and I'm a resident of Billings. My partner and I own a home in Copper Ridge that we built 5 years ago. My partner retired after 31 years with the same company, and I've worked on behalf of marginalized people in this community for over 18 years. We pay about $5,000 a year in property taxes. We contribute to our community through charitable giving and volunteerism. We volunteer with Big Sky State Games, Heart and Soul Run, Special Olympics, several animal rescue programs. We support other organizations like drug courts, Substance Abuse Connect, Restorative Justice, etc. I was standing at the podium in front of this council 6 years ago, and frankly, I can't believe I'm here again. Additionally, it's astounding to me that all over the local news, we read headlines announcing additional security ordered for the NDO hearing. How ironic that we need additional security for a welcoming ordinance. I hope that embarrasses you as much as it does me. I'm not here to share a story, nor am I here to beg this council for equality. You've already heard the painful stories, and you've heard lots of them. One would think that reasonable and compassionate people would only have to hear one in order to make the changes necessary to protect the most vulnerable among us. If you're uncertain about the course that you should take, you have lots of historical templates to consider. We've had decades, even centuries, of pursuing equality in this country. So tonight I'm going to direct my comments to the ladies up there. Penny, Pam Purinton, Denise, Kendra. Just over 100 years ago, ladies, not one of you would be sitting up there, right? Not one of you would have the right to sit up there. You'd not have the ability to speak publicly about politics. None of you could hold any office, and certainly you could not vote. Just 50 to 60 years ago, a bank could deny a single woman a credit card. For married women, you better have your husband co-sign. Till 1974, those credit cards were in his name only. You couldn't have a mortgage unless you had a male guarantor. Ladies, if you were at this podium in 1969 looking up there at a male council, what would you think?
You can wrap
and
up,
moreover,
please.
What could you possibly say to this group of men to get them to hear you and say you deserve the same rights that they have?
Thank you very much. Thank you. What's that?
Hi, my name is Don Havig.
Okay.
I'm the father of a gay daughter who at one point in her life attempted suicide in a desperate attempt to escape the very society that we have built. I pledged on that day to defend the rights of all human beings so that no one can ever again feel so desperate that their only choice left in life is to die. The 14th Amendment guarantees equal protection under the law. It does not say equal protection upon the condition of passing the moral litmus test of society. Yet, the condition of social judgment is the criteria that is being used here. The council is in essence being asked by the opposition to look at the 14th Amendment through the moral filter of moral judgment and to vote no based on that moral judgment. We are not here to debate moral judgment. We are here to preserve constitutional equality for all people. It says all, not some. This is about ensuring the constitutional rights for all people, including the rights of housing, employment, and public service in Billings to be equally accessible and equally protected for all people. So what does the WDO do? What's its purpose? It places an exclamation point on the constitutional phrase, all men are created equal, exclamation point.
Thank you very much. Were you done? You know, we're going to have to conclude now because that's the end of our 30 minutes. Actually, we went a little bit beyond that, but we'll now switch over to comments from opponents. Slammers, I doubt you want to be a opponent. So,
all right. Can I make a quick?
No.
Well, what I want to make sure is what doesn't happen in 2014. I am an ally and I'm here to protect my LGBTQ brothers and sisters. Last time, people were allowed to say very hateful things, and I ask you, Mayor Cole, to please
of course
censor what people are hearing today.
I'll comment
we don't
on
want
that.
people to leave traumatized tonight.
Sure,
Thank
absolutely,
you.
absolutely. This is you do have free speech rights, and I'm not going to censor what you say, but I will caution everybody to, as I said before, to bring forward a spirit of love and respect, and I will assume that unless you give me reason to think otherwise. So thank you. We will now move to 30 minutes, and we're beginning at about 8:11. So add 30, and that'll be about 8:41 or so. So please give us your name and address.
My name is Emily Larson. I live at 1515 Sherrill Street in the Heights, which is in the city of Billings. I contribute to this as much as I am able to. And I know 6 years ago, and I hope it doesn't happen this year, people from out of town are able to come and speak to what we are trying to do in our own city. I don't think that they have a right to do that. But a lot of people also think that we hate gay people, and we don't. I've had employees, I had friends. They're fun. I think of them as just great. Please don't comment when I'm trying to talk. Thank you.
Yeah, exactly. No, we don't have any cat calls from the audience. Speaking of respect, go ahead.
Anyway, I had a neighbor and friend who is lesbian, and she was bullied at work, and I was pretty upset about it because I don't think that's right. She went to the Human Rights Commission, and they filed a lawsuit, and now she drives a big truck, which she should. I believe that wasn't right at all. However, so they are protected, they do have these things. I think that if you give them more, then it's going to be taken away from my constitutional rights, which I think is wrong. And I put this sticker on my shirt because I had to come straight from work, and I don't think my supervisor would appreciate me having be on TV with that. I didn't know what to put. I just put that on there, so I apologize if I offend any of the proponents on that. So, any questions?
I don't think so. Thank you very much.
You bet.
My name is Hannah Bailey.
And my name is Thomas Bailey. We live at 3963 Cambridge on the south side. We serve the community through foster care. I've been living in the area since I was 14. Hannah and I got married in 2016, and Billings is where we want to raise our family.
It's been my dream for some time now to be a photographer, and I have a small business started here in Billings out of my home doing family, newborn, engagement, and senior shoots. I have also recently done my first wedding. This NDO puts my dream at risk. If I can't choose whom I do business for, I will be forced to choose between my convictions and my dream. I believe that it is unfair to make me choose between my moral beliefs and my business. If I were be asked to shoot a gay or transgender wedding or engagement, it should be my right to politely decline to do so. We believe the NDO would be used to bully people like ourselves, so please ask yourself which is more harmful. Respectfully refusing business to someone and risk hurting someone's feelings, or being sued and losing everything you've worked so hard for.
I likewise have served the community by playing music for businesses here in town. The NDO forces me to choose between following my beliefs or running a small music business. Please don't force our family to make that choice. We're a single family income and we couldn't afford to hire attorneys or pay fines if this NDO were used against us. We are both Christians, and please understand, we do not hate the LGBTQ community, but it does go against our beliefs to be forced to participate in events that glamorize something we disagree with. The NDO does grant special privilege to certain people, and when boiled down to the facts, it is itself a form of discrimination. And while we believe that many have good intentions behind this NDO, it would ultimately be used to bully and harm families like ours. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Doug Don. I live at 3077 Avenue D here in Billings.
And just a reminder to sign in if you haven't, so we get your names. Thank you.
Members of the City Council, thank you for the opportunity to testify tonight. Like I said, my name is Doug Donna. Over 20 years ago, my wife and I got married. She brought 3 children into the marriage, 2 daughters and a son. I raised the children as my own and eventually was able to adopt them. Our son moved home after graduating from college and eventually came out of the closet. He told us he was gay. Not long after that, he moved out of our home. We did not tell him he had to leave, nor did we disown him when he did. He spent the next few years living around Billings and would not let us know where he was living or whom he was living with. He would not give us an address. We had very little contact. He shut us out. He's pursuing a pharmacy degree in Missoula and continues to shut us out. We have continued to try to pursue a relationship, but it's been very emotionally difficult. He will not return calls or texts. We've reached out when in the area to meet for coffee or a meal and invited his partner to join us, all to no avail. We still love our son. I'm concerned about what this discrimination ordinance will mean for many individuals, as it seems that the issue is rather one-sided. I'm very disheartened to think that in order for our son to have a relationship with us, we have to abandon our own moral principles and values. This ordinance makes it feel as though there is no reciprocity, and that in order to have relationships with others who may not share the same moral or religious beliefs, I will then be discriminated against. If we are to love or welcome everyone, wouldn't it make sense not to discriminate against anyone? Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Emily Cocott, and I reside at 1511 Poly Drive, Billings, Montana. I am a student at Rocky Mountain College, and I am here tonight to oppose the NDO because of my concern of public safety, especially for the safety of young women like myself. Under the section of the ordinance titled Discrimination in Public Accommodations Prohibited, it states it shall be unlawful for a place of public accommodation to deny directly or indirectly any person full and equal access or enjoyment of the goods, services, activities, facilities, and privileges, advantages, and accommodations for a discriminatory reason. My question is, what is considered a facility? And does this ordinance allow biological males who identify as females to enter the restrooms and locker rooms of women? Because I do not want there to be even a possibility that a sexual predator identifying as a female could legally enter the bathroom or locker room I am in. The privacy rights of young women in particular are at risk here. If this is all based on a claim of identification, what is to stop a predator from claiming to be a woman and then entering the place where women are most vulnerable? My safety and the safety of other young women should not be compromised in this process. Ultimately, I think the question that needs to be asked is, would you feel comfortable allowing your daughter or female family member to use a restroom or locker room that could potentially be occupied by biological males? For their sake, would you be comfortable putting them in that position? I value my privacy too much to say I would be comfortable with that. Sexual harassment is too much of a concern in this country to not be skeptical of the potential consequences of passing an ordinance that includes this language. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mayor, City Council, thank you for letting me testify. My name is Wendy Donna, and I reside at 3077 Avenue D here in Billings. And I also work at St. Vincent's as a nurse practitioner. And I have deep concerns regarding this ordinance and the impact that it will have on my profession, the medical profession. This ordinance applies to hospitals and all other public business establishments, which include the medical community. Under this ordinance, it will become unlawful for a medical professional to deny directly or indirectly any person full and equal access to services. Those services might include prescribing of puberty-blocking drugs, cross-sex hormones, and sex change surgeries. These things have been happening across the country, documented by many articles and publications that children as young as 7 are being prescribed puberty-blocking drugs, cross-sex hormones, and that sex change surgeries are being performed at ages as young as 13. As a medical professional myself, I'm concerned that other medical professionals may be forced against their conscience to perform these medical treatments that they believe are contrary to the best interest of the child and their own deeply held religious convictions and or moral convictions. These are serious treatments that impact not just a child's physical body, but their brain development for their entire life. I ask you if it's acceptable to do double mastectomies on a teenage girl, even against the wishes of her parents. Is it responsible to do irreversible sex change surgeries on teens who are in a state of gender confusion and emotional turmoil? It is currently unlawful to sell cigarettes to children under the age of 21. Are we now going to make it unlawful to refuse to remove the breasts of a teenaged girl? This is heartbreaking and a tragedy of epic proportions. I plead with you not to make it lawful for a medical professional to deny these brutal and barbaric procedures to a child. I implore this council to consider what this path may lead to. We need to help our children to learn to love the bodies in which they were born, not to do irreparable and irreversible harm. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, members of the council. My name is Tom McGilvery, living at 3642 Donna Drive. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on this NDO ordinance. You recently heard testimony in front of your council that Billings was not growing because we do not have an NDO ordinance, and I would respectfully disagree. In examining the top growing micropolitan areas with and without NDOs, we find that the top 6 in numeric growth, only Bozeman has an NDO. The other 5, of which Kalispell, Montana is number 3, do not. The bottom 4 in numeric growth do have NDOs. When we examine the percentage growth of the top 10 micropolitan cities, 5 have NDOs, 5 don't. Simply put, there is no correlation between an NDO and the growth of a city. The Bozeman real estate community and the University of Montana's Bureau of Business and Economic Research report that Gallatin County's growth is being driven by the university, technology, the airport, tourism, and lifestyle. We all know intuitively Billings is not Bozeman. In Billings, growth is driven by our medical community and our natural resources, coal, oil, gas, energy, and agriculture. While the former has grown, we know that the latter has struggled. This is more than anything helps us understand the difference between the growth in Billings and the growth in Bozeman. I would urge the council to work on what will help Billings grow, not what expends time, resources, and energy, and that has no correlation to our growth. During my 2018 campaign for the state senate, I talked to over 7,000 people on the doors. People were concerned about public safety. They were concerned about other issues like property taxes, but the NDO, in my recollection, rarely came up, if ever. So the point is, Billings voters are concerned about our public safety levy, and they're concerned about the property taxes, not an NDO. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor and council members, my name is Terry Forkey, 341 Rolling Hills Road. I'm a Lutheran pastor, so I want to talk to you tonight about the very real threat this NDO poses to the constitutional right for religious freedom. I refer to the case of Elaine Hugan in photography. In 2006, Elaine was asked to photograph a commitment ceremony between same-sex couple. Elaine declined to communicate the message at odds with her religious beliefs, and the prospective client sued. The case made its way through to the New Mexico Supreme Court. So concurring with the court's judgment against Elaine, Justice Bosnan wrote in part, all of which I assume is little comfort to the Huguenons, who are now compelled by law and NDO to compromise the very religious beliefs that inspire their lives. Though the rule of law requires it, the result is sobering. The Huguenons are free to believe as they wish in their personal lives, but in the world of the marketplace, the Huguenons must channel their conduct, not their beliefs, so as to leave space for other Americans who believe something different. Those of us whose religious beliefs inspire our lives find these words chilling on 3 counts. 1, the state's requirement of a citizen to compromise his religious beliefs represents a breach of the constitutional right to religious freedom and creates precedents for further erosion of such freedoms. 2, the state's circumscription of the citizen's religious freedom to their personal lives creates a very narrow corridor in which he may exercise his religious freedom. The distinction between personal and public life has not been and is not easily defined. 3, the state's arbitrary distinction between conduct and beliefs is not supported by rational thought. Our beliefs inform our actions. Therefore, I encourage the council to consider the unintended consequences of the NDO, and instead, as a means of resolving this problem between competing rights, to issue a clear, bold declaration that the leadership of the city and its citizens deplore discrimination and welcome diversity. Thank you.
On the nose, thank you.
Mayor Cole and members of the City Council, my name is Kerry Smith. I live at 6133 Timber Code Drive in Billings. My zip code is 59106. I'm a state senator. I represent Senate District 27, which is in the west end of Billings. I'm also a majority whip in the legislature, and I'm serving in the Senate right now. I have served from 2009 to currently. And I wanted to bring a legislative perspective to why the legislature hasn't acted and passed an NDO. In the legislature, we're always concerned about unforeseen consequences or consequences that maybe we should have seen were going to take place. In a lot of the states where the NDOs have been passed statewide, we see instances where people that have businesses, like the florist you've heard about, like the photographer, like the baker, where the gay community requested that they take and perform their artistic creations in a same-sex marriage ceremony. The people that were targeted were people that they knew because of the religious beliefs would not do that. So it looks like what's happening is the folks in those communities are trying to make a statement that we are going to force you into complying with the code, the orders, the ordinances, the laws, rather than what you believe religiously. In those instances, there was no problem where there wasn't another photographer, baker, or florist that could take and supply the need for the same-sex ceremony that they wanted to. So it wasn't a matter that was the only person in town that could take care of them. We also see that in a number of areas, the most recent that I can recall right now, is that young women are forced to compete with transgender men who have a distinct advantage over the women in sports. These women that have goals of wanting to receive scholarships and go on to college are denied, and they're forced to compete with these transgender men that are physically much stronger than the women. I wish that you would understand why the legislature has not passed these ordinances. There's a lot of legal questions out there, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Please, that's a hand up.
It is. Mr. Mayor and Council, Jeff Laszloffy, Montana Family Foundation, 112 First Avenue South in Laurel. I have several concerns with the proposed NDO. The first is that it is not legal under Montana law. I've passed out 3 letters, one from the former Billings City Attorney, stating that the NDOs are attempt by municipalities the legislative areas of the law reserved to the state. The same point was made last year by the Billings City Attorney when Dillon rejected an attempt to pass an NDO for the second time. In his letter, the former Billings City Attorney also reminded the members of the City Council that they previously exceeded their self-governing powers and wound up losing a federal lawsuit. Not only did the City of Billings pay a $500,000 fine, but the federal court held the City of Billings and each individual member of the City Council liable. My next point deals with unintended consequences. The public accommodations section in this ordinance is extremely broad, and I give you two scenarios that I believe that it will allow. Scenario one, a man identifies as a woman, rapes a 16-year-old girl, and then demands to be housed in the women's section of the prison. It's not speculation. It already happened in Gallatin County. Scenario two, a man who identifies as a woman demands to be allowed to stay in the women and families section of the rescue mission, where many of the women are the victims of spousal abuse. Once again, that's not speculation. It's the subject of an ongoing lawsuit from Anchorage, Alaska. It's no wonder that hundreds of legal battles have resulted from ordinances similar to the one before you. It's also no wonder that the passage of these laws has come to a screeching halt nationwide. Only 20 states have statewide NDOs, 30 do not. And with the exception of a watered-down version in Idaho, no state has passed one of these in the past decade. A July poll conducted by the Montana Family Foundation found that over 40% of Billings residents listed public safety as their first priority. Another 23% listed streets and snow removal, and 9% listed the NDO as their main priority. We ask that you please refocus on the priorities of the community and please vote no on the NDO. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mayor Cole and council people. My name is Richard Swartz. My residence is 2701 Terry Avenue. I'm a local pastor here. And the NDO, I believe, would open up a Pandora's box by paving the way for lawsuits against businesses, churches, and Christian schools who, because of their faith, are unable to hire homosexuals or transgender individuals, or those who, in their faith, would violate their conscience to provide services for same-sex ceremonies. This is also a public safety issue, as the ordinance would set the stage for all schools, businesses, and churches to allow any boy or man to use the women's restroom or locker rooms, or be required to incur the cost of building separate transgender accommodations. A family's right to privacy will be trumped by the ordinance. The ACLU and the LGBTQ community are using the NDO language as a tactic ploy. They are going from city to city to pass NDOs, and we use this as a springboard to get a statewide law passed. If they're successful, they will begin targeting Christian businesses and churches, just as they have done in other states, such as in Oregon with the baker, Kentucky, the shirt owner, in New Mexico, the photographer. The NDO proponents use the power of the law to require all citizens, regardless of their faith, to not only tolerate the LGBT behavior, but to subject them to forced participation in their lifestyles, such as Mrs. Studson, the florist in Washington, and Jack Phillips, the baker there in Colorado, which goes against the most basic tenets of their faith. This NDO will be a huge step in redefining moral and scriptural tenets as, quote, and unquote, hate speech. It speaks to criminalization, the belief that homosexual behavior and gender deviation are wrong. One may soon be accused of hate speech by quoting the Bible. The NDO laws suppress and trump religious liberty as protected by the U.S. and the Montana Constitution. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Keith Myrie. I live at 234 Yellowstone Avenue. I'm here tonight to voice my opposition to this ordinance. The protections the supporters of this ordinance are asking for already exist in our federal, state, and local laws. The only purpose this ordinance would serve, if passed, would be to put the citizens of our community at risk, especially women and children. I urge you to vote no. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Bernadette Brown, and I live at 1014 Calendula Circle. And I just want to ask you, how do you prove your sexual orientation? So if I don't get the apartment I really want, or the loan I want, or the job I want, I'll just say I'm a lesbian, and I'll cry discrimination. Or I'll dress like a man and claim I'm a transgender. Worse yet, what if I do get hired and I'm a poor employee, I show up late, I display an inferior quality of work, I create a hostile work environment, but you better not try to terminate my job or I'll claim sexual orientation discrimination and say I'm a homosexual. No one can prove that I'm not. This ordinance would be a disaster for business owners because anybody can be whatever orientation they want at any time and switch back and forth. And I would ask you to vote no, as you cannot prove your sexual orientation, plus one can change, oh, I already said that. So, you can change your orientation as you so desire to benefit your own agenda. So please vote no.
Members of the council, my name is Jacob Schreiner. I'm a pastor out in Laurel. My address is 36 Bus Lane out in Laurel, but I regularly come to Billings to meet with different people, attend different functions. And I put myself in this place tonight to ask a question. There are people who have unwanted same-sex attractions. And in my profession, in my place, I have met with them many times in public places. Places where they felt were safe, places they wanted to have a conversation about things for their life that they didn't know what to do with. The language of this law states, or this ordinance states, that that the effect of any unfavorably subjecting any person to a different or separate treatment on the basis of the listed characteristics. What if someone was offended by the conversation we were having in a public accommodated place and someone didn't agree with it? Would they then be able to bring charges against us for religiously having a conversation, which I have had actually many with people? We have to look at the broader scope. Years ago, a statewide NDO was passed in California with the intent of saying very specifically, religious accommodation is never going to be affected, touched, or even a part of this. Well, last summer that was changed. A state legislator brought a bill trying to change the state law that made it illegal for counselors or pastors to even say that change was possible. Do you know how it was averted? By people standing up to say, I changed. We don't hold religious beliefs simply because we think something is wrong. We hold beliefs because there is a power that something can change in people. There's a power to set an addict free as much as there is the power in Jesus to change other things. I ask today that you simply look at the broad reality, and really people had to backtrack in saying, well, we're not going to come after the religious freedoms. They did. It was the first step towards it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, council members, I'm Pastor Steve Schreiner. I'm pastor in Laurel. I currently live at 65 Evergreen in Joliet. It's actually way closer to Laurel than Joliet. I would like to start by saying, as a man of faith, as a follower of Jesus Christ, there's a lot of pain that's being talked about up here. And I'm sorry. I'm really sorry that that happens in our community. I'm sorry for those people who've been hurt. But there's another side to this and an outcome that happens with NDOs, where people of faith are being persecuted. When I was asked to speak, I thought back of when my high school sweetheart and I were about to get married. I was looking for an apartment. And there was an apartment on Avenue C. And I talked to the elderly couple that had the house, and this was in the basement. And we talked about it, and they said, we just want to make very clear to you that we don't allow cohabitation. Now, this was in the early 80s, and I was 19 years old, and I thought, well, that's kind of old school. Now, fast forward. A florist who has served a gay couple without any issue has brought to her from this couple, will you do our wedding? Her belief says, I can't do this. She offers alternatives. And not that couple, but an attorney general goes after her to destroy her business and her life. Same thing with artists in Arizona. The exact same thing with the bakers in Colorado. This is being weaponized. The NDOs have a result that goes after people of faith. Those people of faith simply want to live out their lives, do business, honoring God, as they've been asked to. I thank you for serving our community. I'm glad this is your decision and not mine, and know that you're prayed for. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And our next speaker will be our last opposition speaker.
Mayor and Council, my name is Dick Pence. I live at 4307 Palisades Park Drive. I was going to say something different, but I have listened and I thought perhaps I'd bring a different perspective other than Councilman Mike and Councilman Sean and the lawyer. There are probably nobody in this room that was here for every minute, for every hour of the last one. And I've heard people talk about the hate and the slander and the things that were said. I was here. And I just want to say, I've got pretty good ears and I think pretty good judgment. And I think we need to be careful about the idea that just because I disagree with you, that makes me a hater. You know the fire drill. So I just want to bring a perspective as somebody that was here for every minute, every hour, and say, some of the things you're hearing, I didn't hear. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Thanks, everybody. We've now finished our first hour of public comment, and we'll now shift to the second 30-minute segment for proponents. And whoever wants to start off, go ahead. And it's 8:41, so we'll conclude in 30 minutes. Quick, who can do the math? 51, 01, 11, 9/11. Thank you very much. Name and address, please.
My name is Adrian Jowert. I live at 939 14th Street West. What I'm hearing tonight is a lot of people talking about the First Amendment, but it's like they forget the very first part. Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion. So it's kind of like redundant that they keep forgetting that part, and prohibiting the free exercise thereof isn't include discrimination and taking away other people's life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Because, because people used to use Mississippi governor. He was back in the 60s. He's fond of using God, he was the original segregationist, and they had signs that said no Negroes allowed. And my own grandparents could tell you of times when there's signs that said no dogs or Indians allowed. Are we going to put up signs that say no gays allowed in this place and say, oh, it's prohibiting my religion if we don't do that? This is something that's been said. We keep asking for special rights. This is from the interest of Amicus Curiae from sent in last August 2019 by the GOP House, the National Republicans anyway. And anyways, they sent this to the Supreme Court. They said Title VII, which Civil Rights Act, prohibits employers from discriminating against individual respect to the terms and conditions of employment, quote, because of individuals' race, color, religion, sex, or national origin. Title IX does not expressly include sexual orientation and gender identity as protected classes. The text and legislative history do not support the view that Title VII was intended to protect them. Thus, a modification of Title VII to include sexual orientation and gender identity should be sought through the legislative process. And that is all you find people here. And, of course, people want to say, well, we got to kick it up to the Montana State House, and of course it just comes back here every time. So here we are.
Thank you.
Hello, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Dr. Kristen Pruitt, and my address is 5306 Lazy Willow Lane. I did briefly comment last week as an individual, which I'm still doing, but I also want to tell you that I work for Billings Clinic, which I'm very proud to do. I work in the Heights. I do want to point out that on the Billings Clinic public website, it states the following, quote, Billings Clinic is a not-for-profit healthcare organization committing to providing care to all persons, regardless of race, creed, color, gender, age, national origin, disability, sexual orientation, or gender identity expression. That's on our website. I'm also part of a group at Billings Clinic called the Healthcare Equality Index. It's a committee that I've been a part of for over a year. We meet monthly, and the main purpose of that that committee within Billings Clinic is to make sure that we are serving the needs of the LGBTQ population as well as our employees, and making sure that we are delivering excellent care and working to decrease health disparities. Why is this important? Well, we value cultivating a diverse and inclusive workplace, and our LGBTQ employees and patients should feel safe and welcome at Billings Clinic. Also, this is a medical and public health issue. Individuals with job and housing insecurity face poor physical and mental health outcomes, period. Yellowstone County already has higher rates of depression than the rest of the state and the US, and Montana and Yellowstone County have suicide rates higher than the rest of the country. LGBTQ individuals are more than twice as likely as heterosexuals to suffer from a mental health condition, such as depression or anxiety, and are more likely to contemplate or attempt suicide. So by not having a WDO, we risk further harm to this already at-risk population. I'm going to deviate for just a minute as well. I am a medical professional. I'm not speaking on behalf of Billings Clinic as an organization, but as a medical professional, I treat the transgender population, and I just want to comment on the fact that I have competency in this area. If you don't have medical competency in an area, you would not be treating conditions that aren't in your scope of practice. And so I would just caution you to educate yourself from physicians who are actively serving that population. If you have concerns, I'd be happy to talk to you more about that. The WDO is too important for Billings not to continue this discussion. Please put this on the City Council agenda. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Pauline Whiteman. I'm a licensed addiction counselor for Billings Urban Indian Health and Wellness, and I too am speaking on my own behalf. I don't have a speech prepared because I want to speak to you human to human, heart to heart. What brought me here to Billings is I was homeless. I was in addiction. I am 7 years in my recovery as of today. I was here in Billings as a homeless person. I was the person that was downtown that everybody avoided. This town, this Billings, with the trauma that I had as being a gay person, Native American female growing up, I found salvation here in Billings. So when this came up in Helena about 5 years ago for the NDO, in college I went up there and I spoke. This is a human thing. These are human rights. I'm not talking about just LGBTQ, Native American stuff. This is human. We're humans. I'm a human. You're human. Please consider the WDO. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jay Steichman. I live at 1420 Avenue C. I want to thank the City Council and the community members for sharing their stories and for giving me the time to discuss why the WDO NDO needs to be brought forward to the City Council table. I moved from Billings in 1982 because I did not feel as a gay male I belonged or fit into our community. I moved to Seattle and lived on Capitol Hill, which is a predominant gay community. I found out what community was when I lived there. I had to move back to Billings several years later, and I finally made Billings my home, but I missed that community. I've always been open about my sexuality. I've at times found myself having to face discrimination in our community that I call home. People using terms like faggot and homo and not wanting me in their neighborhood or serving me in their facilities. I've lived here for over 30 years and have also seen much growth and diversity in our community. I would love to see the culture of community grow at a city level. I know our city is currently going through some major growing pains, and I can see it represented in the needs of the safety meal levy. Billings has some wonderful organizations, and we are seeing the growth of the culture of our community. 406 Pride, Resource Center, Tumbleweeds, working with our LGBTQ Two-Spirit communities. We see our Native American population being represented by Native American Race Relations, Indian Peoples Actions. We have a beautiful Black community and the Black Heritage Foundation. The South Side is live with celebrations for our Latino and Latinx community, and we're seeing more diversity in our Asian communities. What I see at my work in doing outreach is trauma in these communities, incidental trauma, generational and historical trauma, and also systemic trauma. We need to heal these traumas and start building our culture of a community. We build that culture by having diverse people like me in the city and working in Billings community. We affirm that diversity of our community through art, education, and publications focusing on the diversity of our community. And finally, we lay down policies to protect the rights of our diverse community. We, having a WDO or an NDO, affirms that we are the community of Billings and we have protections. Can we please put the WDO or the NDO on the City Council's agenda? Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, good evening. My name is Kelly Kaufman, and I am a registered nurse. I live at 635 Boca Raton Road here in Billings. I am reading from a letter that I wrote to the council, and I do have copies for the council, whomever I give those to. Council members, many of you likely support equality for the citizens of our town and share the belief that diversity promotes innovation, creativity, compassion, economic growth, and increased market and business opportunities. It's true, though, that Billings is the last major city in Montana that does not have a non-discrimination ordinance in place. As the largest and most diverse community in the state, a mandate such as this is imperative in order to protect the rights of our friends and neighbors. Excuse me. As nurses, we've committed our lives to caring for those in need, regardless of race, sex, orientation, religion, gender, or financial background. We're called on to provide care to the poor and vulnerable without thought given to how those individuals are different from ourselves. In doing so, we're able to lift up our community in health and well-being. We know that when individuals believe that they have experienced discrimination based on personal characteristics, they may exhibit poor physical and psychological health. In the state with the third highest rate of suicide in the nation, we cannot allow this to take place. As members of the nation's largest group of healthcare providers, we ask, why should our community not protect those we have committed to serve? Why should their rights not be as highly valued as anyone in our nation's cultural majorities? We're adamant that they be treated equally in matters of housing, work, business, and public accommodation. We call upon you, our City Council, to vote for the Welcoming Diversity Ordinance. As community leaders, you have an obligation as well as the authority to remove barriers to basic needs in our city. When the benefits are so great and there is no harm done to any citizen, the only right thing to do is vote in favor of this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, City Council and Mayor. My name is Dennis Gobb. I live at 6007 Katharina Court. I'll try not to repeat what others have said excessively. I come here as someone who has lived, I'm not a Billings native. I've lived here for the better part of 50 years since my parents moved here when I was a junior in high school, finished at West High. My career's taken me to various places. Most recently, I was in the Gallatin Valley for about 12 years, lived in Belgrade, relocated back to Billings by choice, downsized, relocated back here. This is, of course, the biggest city in the state, and I want it to be the best city in the state. I see the WDO as one of the tools that will help that. And speaking to what others have said, I worked in the tech industry, and it may be hard to directly prove the benefits of a WDO, but I've worked with many people of a variety of backgrounds, and probably some that I don't even know, who found the Gallatin Valley attractive precisely because of its welcoming atmosphere. Also, I am a former Billings Gazette reporter. I have no connection to the Gazette these days. I left in 1997. Yuri Barnea talked eloquently about the Not in Our Town campaign. I was a staff member of the Gazette. One of the proudest moments I had as a reporter was the leadership role we took during that campaign. Printing menorahs in the paper, national publicity, Reader's Digest, all kinds of documentaries. Let's not step backwards. Finally, because my time's running out. Look in your hearts. Sometimes you will find, even late in life, I'm 68 years old, that you have friends, family members who are LBQ, I can never get that off my tongue. Okay.
We know what you're talking about.
You know what I'm talking about. Thank you for helping me out.
we
I
got a
trip on my
problem.
tongue. But people just like you and me, fellow human beings, please put this on your agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
So my name is Dwight Welch, and I live at 412 South 37th Street in Ward 1 here in Billings. And I'm speaking in support of the Welcoming and Diversity Ordinance proposal. I do so as a campus minister at United Campus Ministry at MSU Billings, and also I act as the advisor to OUT at MSUB. Last summer, OUT was a part of the Montana Pride Festival in Helena, and we sought to attract potential students there to MSU Billings. We talked to a range of students. All were worried that Billings was not a safe and welcoming community. Most of them were considering other campuses and communities that had an ordinance like this. At MSUB, as MSUB has directed its efforts to recruitment and increase in enrollment, the perception of Billings as not welcoming is a roadblock for students considering college here. And this matters, especially for those who come from Eastern Montana who make up a large percentage of students at the college. This is the first time that they're in a position to come out, and they need to know that they will find a welcoming community in doing so. It also matters because so many MSUB graduates stay in Billings after college, and so they need to know that they will not be fired or denied housing or denied service if they are to build a life here, which is something we desperately need for that to occur. Now, I work, like I said, at United Campus Ministry at MSU Billings. We represent 7 denominations, 23 congregations. Many of them already have their own welcoming policy. They have gone through the work to do this. And so what many in the faith community, in the colleges, in the college community, in the business community have done, I believe should be done for Billings and for our young people. And I know that for many young people, they're watching what the city council does because it matters to them, and they're taking their cues from that. I have a statement put together by MSUB Women's Faculty Caucus, the MSUB Women's and Gender Studies Center, out at MSU Billings, and United Campus Ministry. I just give it to you. Thank you so much for your consideration and time.
Thank you.
Council members, good evening. I'm Jeffrey Bottrell, Billings resident and Billings public school teacher. I come with a letter from 42 other Billings teaching professionals that I'd like to share with you. I'm the club advisor for the Senior High Gay Straight Alliance, an organization of students committed to ending bullying and discrimination toward our student LGBTQ plus community. Council members, I'm here to tell you that discrimination and prejudice in our public schools is real and is prevalent. I spoke just today to a member of our GSA organization who told me that he has been verbally assaulted with curses and threats, and that students have repeatedly thrown trash at him. I would ask you to remember, council members, the despicable vandalism that occurred so recently at Grace Methodist Church, where the Rainbow Coffee House hosts LGBTQ plus high school students for safe, fun activities. All of this is heartbreaking and frightening to these children. In truth, it should frighten all of us. What message are we sending to the young people in our community through our continually resisting the granting of protection that a WDO offers? What message are we sending to the attackers? Think about the study commissioned by GLAAD that demonstrates that 1 in 5 millennials identifies as something other than strictly straight or cisgender. These teens go out in droves every year into our Billings businesses for their first jobs. A WDO ensures that these individuals are afforded the same opportunities as anyone else. It means that these young people feel welcome to live in Billings, to set down roots, to make it their home. It means that they live in a community that embraces who they are. Council, speaking as a teacher, a parent, and community member, it's time to protect our children and move this community forward. The WDO is too important of a topic not to discuss. Please add it to the March agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
He even saved some time. Can I have it?
Yeah.
Well, my name's Sean, and I live at 28 Burlington. And so what I came here to kind of talk to you a little bit about tonight was
Can you
there
give us
have been
your last
massive
name
studies done.
also, please?
Sorry, what was that?
Sean, can you give us your last name also?
Oh, it's Ostermiller.
Thank you.
There have been many studies done on the economic impact of inclusion for the LGBTQ community. In fact, UCLA produced one in 2018 that said there is a strong correlation between being inclusive and having a positive effect on economies. When you look at neighborhoods that have a high LGBTQ community population, those homes average 4 times higher than the cost of a normal home in any other city. Now, when we're looking at taxing the city and producing money for safety mill levies and school mill levies, that's tax dollars you can't afford to not keep. I recruit professionals to come and move back to Montana because a lot of professionals move away from Montana. And this is the area that's the main pain point for a lot of them, is that there isn't diversity here, so they go elsewhere to get it. We have it, we just need to retain it. I wasn't gonna tell a personal story, but I'm going to leave you with one anyway, so bear with me. I used to get death threats put in my desk at school. I had a knife held to my throat. The most dangerous place for me was the bathroom. And that was 6th grade. And you would expect that would stop. And when I hear people say that discrimination doesn't happen in Billings, Montana, the person before me who talked about the Methodist Church, guess who had a giant penis and swastikas drawn on their house? Discrimination is here, and I hear a lot of the people talking about, well, there's these religious lawsuits. I just know of one, and let me educate you on that baker really quick. That baker refused their wedding, but in addition to that, they put the reason that they refused them, they put it on their website with those people's address. Those people who were the ones coming to them in the LGBTQ community were the ones that then got death threats and people calling them. And that was the discrimination, not the religious base.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Connie Ginger. I live at 1706 Wellington Place here in Billings. I am the Vice Chairman of the Human Relations Commission of the City of Billings. Our mission, as you heard earlier this evening, is to promote mutual understanding and respect for all. With that mission in mind, the last year I worked with the Billings Public Library to make available children's books which represented all children. And now those inclusive reading lists are available to elementary schools and to the general public. That would include many youth who identify as LGBTQ. An ad hoc committee of the HRC is now currently working on an inclusivity project that is in partnership with the Billings Public Library and others to help make the public more aware of their biases. Many aspects of diversity in our population will be explored. The first presentation is scheduled for this spring and will be done in a professional, unbiased, competent manner. We hope that everybody here tonight will attend. So it just makes sense to me that the City of Billings would want to make a discussion involving mutual and understanding and respect for all available to the public at your meeting. The WDO is too important for Billings to not continue the discussion. Please put this on the City Council agenda. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just a reminder, we have about 9 minutes left of this segment.
Mayor Cole, councilwomen, councilmen, thank you for this opportunity to speak regarding agenda items. My name's Rich Lammers. I live on Fairway Drive here in Billings. I'm an emergency room physician as well as the medical director and department chair of emergency medicine at St. Vincent's. St. Vincent's mission is as follows. We reveal and foster God's healing love by improving the health of the people and the communities we serve, especially the poor and the vulnerable. It doesn't distinguish only some or those protected by federal laws. Other physicians like myself have committed to the care for all. As leaders in our community, it's time for you to do the same. History has taught us that it's important to protect and serve all vulnerable members of our community. From a practical standpoint, having an official ordinance makes recruiting and job retention, especially in the healthcare community, all that much easier. Multiple accounts have been presented for me and before me about how hard it can be to keep and retain qualified, educated, and amazing people in our community solely because they don't feel safe. Tonight, no one is asking you to vote on implementing an NDO. The simple request that we are asking is that this be placed on the agenda. Our hope as medical professionals is that you can look beyond your biases to at least allow for this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council, for your endurance. I'm Reverend Mike Mulberry, one of the pastors at Billings First Congregational, living at 1241 Avenue F. I want to remind everyone that there is a religious exemption to this ordinance, and to remind you that the opposite of fear that you hear so often in the Christian community tonight is love. Love God, love neighbor. Jesus said that the whole of the law could be fulfilled in those two commandments. When asked, who then is my neighbor, Jesus went on to describe the actions of someone who was considered an outcast, an outsider, an enemy to the Jewish people. So when I even hear people talking about loving the sinner, I ask if it is loving to do just one more thing as an impediment to shelter and to employment. How does that love the sinner? Even if your religious beliefs dictate against what is thought of as sin, love for the sinner is somehow about stacking the deck against basic needs. The earliest baptismal formula we have in the Christian church was quoted by the Apostle Paul in the letter to the Galatians. There is neither Jew nor Greek, slave nor free, male nor female in Christ Jesus. The most radical part of that formula was getting Jew and Greek to sit down at table with one another, each ethnic group violently killing each other at different Roman circuses. But, Paul quotes, neither differences in race or ethnicity, economic or social status, sexuality or gender will keep me from being a presence in love for you. That's the earliest baptismal formula we have. That's supposed to define Christianity. Sophia Heilman, remember that name. Last year, she was a proud graduate of Billings Senior High. She was the editor of the school newspaper for 2 years at senior, and her drama teacher said that she ran the theater department her junior year. She wrote, directed, and starred in any number of productions at Senior, Backyard Theater, and Nova. I'm prejudiced, but her father thinks she is going to hit it big. She made the honor roll her first semester in college and is one of the editors of her college newspaper as a first-year student. I saw 30 seconds up there.
No, sorry. But if you got another sentence or two, feel free to give it to us.
My asking of you is, if she does hit it big, will you be proud of her? Will you be proud of her?
Thank you.
Council members and Mayor Cole, thank you for listening. Erica Willis, North 32nd. As a community member and the executive director of Tumbleweed, I am here to ask that City Council, once and for all, make a move that will put Billings in the running as a top-notch community that is healthy and attracts innovation. Please put the WDO on the City Council agenda. The gravity of this decision on the vibrancy, health, and economy of our community is tremendous. It cannot be overstated. Research from Chapin Hall of the University of Chicago reveals that 1 in 30 youth under the age of 18 will experience homelessness. Tumbleweed served close to 700 youth and young adults last year who were unstably housed or experiencing homelessness. Of those youth and young adults experiencing homelessness or housing instability, two populations are disproportionately represented: youth of color and LGBTQ youth. 40% of youth who experience homelessness are LGBTQ, and the primary reason for their homelessness is family rejection. The trauma created from this has long-lasting impacts, such as mental health issues, addiction, chronic homelessness, and human trafficking, to name a few. Tumbleweed's vision is to end youth homelessness in our community. Communities who have substantially moved the dial on ending youth homelessness, and yes, that is happening in communities in our nation, have done so by taking a stand and developing a community and systems response based on first focusing on disproportionately represented youth and young people, LGBTQ, and youth of color. This is an equity conversation. Ending youth homelessness in Billings and subsequently decreasing future impact on adult systems requires that our community respond. You, Billings City Council, are community. You are an important part of the fabric of Billings. Now is the time for the Billings City Council to take the lead. The WDO is too important for Billings to not continue the discussion. Please put this on the City Council agenda.
Thank you very much. It's 9:09, so we've got time for at least one more.
Hello, Mayor and Council. Thank you for your guys' time. Mike Ormsby, 2930 Walden Place. I'm here tonight to support adopting the WDO. I also came here to speak about its economic benefits and positive impact on many industries, people, and all over the overall well-being of our community. But I'll be honest, I'm not quite sure that it will have much of an impact on how you vote as a city council. So instead, I'd like to talk about a couple other things on my mind and in my heart. First, the number one. 2019, Montana had the distinction of being the number one state in suicide per capita in the U.S. While there are many different reasons for suicide, one main reason, common throughout at-risk groups that include elderly, veterans, and LGBTQ, is isolation and lack of social support. What kind of message does it send to one of the most vulnerable groups in our city if you don't pass the WDO? Isolating, lack of support? I think so. There's also been a lot of discussion about public safety and the need for first responders like police or fire, since recent FBI stats has Billings number one as Montana's most crime-riddled city. Now, I'm not sure how the suicides are added into those statistics, but literally here is one opportunity in front of you to be a first responder, and it doesn't cost anything. Most of us like to think we'd jump into action to save a life. What if you have the opportunity to save one life with this vote? I hope you will. I'd also like to talk about our Constitution. We are a community of individuals who consented to be bound by a government of laws, not subject to them. The Constitution at its core, and specifically the 14th Amendment, commands equal protection of those laws. So none of us, rich or poor, black or white, gay or straight, are treated differently by the government that we created. Over the years, our LGBTQ brothers and sisters have been left behind as other vulnerable people, minorities and women, have been protected by the Constitution. We need to invite them in from the cold and into the warmth and protection of our house. The Constitution demands it, and the common sense of the Billings people should demand it. So a no vote means the LGBTQ and people that support them don't even deserve more conversation. And a yes vote means that we are worth the social support and worth the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry, we're beyond our half hour. So we'll have to move over to opponents. And maybe that's already the crowd. Do we have opponents in line? Do we have more opponents? There's no guarantee of that. That was not our plan. The council will have to consider whether there'll be any other opportunity or whether we will stop. Council, even after this is done, council will have to conduct its own debate. So we'll turn it to council. Councilmember Neese.
Mayor, I know there's possibly some people outside holding because there's not enough room inside. If has all the proponents or opponents who want to speak, are they available to speak tonight if we run short? I mean, as far as speakers, will you ask people to come up from the stairway?
And I'm sorry, what exactly is the question?
If we don't have the 15 or so to actually...
I can interject for just a second. There's nobody else out in the stairwell.
Oh, there is no one
now.
outside. All right.
Correct.
Thank you very much.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. It's like 3 people outside. If anybody, excuse me?
There's 3 proponents left to testify.
Okay, all right. So we'll keep that in mind, but we will move ahead to the opponents, following the same 2-minute pattern. Thank you, everybody, for your respectfulness through this process. I'm very pleased and proud. It's 9:13, so we will wrap up this segment at about 9:43. So, sir. Name and address, please.
My name is Lee Llewellyn. I live at 1038 North 30th Street. I've been here over 50 years, and I'm against the NDO or the WDO, however you relabeled it. This WDO needs to be focused to address the existing problems. We've heard of isolated cases, but not a general specific problem that is endemic in Montana, in Billings specifically. So why does a person's sexual preference define who one is in life? Why are special and specific rights expected? Basically, the WDO targets certain religious groups, including Muslims, evangelical Christians, Catholic, and Orthodox, which I am. We have churches in Billings that embrace the LGBTQ people. Diversity already exists. This WDO is similar to the prohibition of alcohol. Those who chose to drink versus those opposed to alcohol. Prohibition didn't stop drinking. It did create a new class of criminals where none existed before. This WDO will not solve problems, it will create new problems. Preserve freedom of conscience. Don't regulate problems. Don't regulate it. I would rather persuade behavior, not force it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
My name is Will Boone. I live at 1301 Grand Avenue, and I am against the WDO. As a few of the proponents have already stated, there is already protection for all people under the Constitution. We do not need an exclamation point or any other change in punctuation to enforce that which is already stated, while potentially jeopardizing the rights also guaranteed to thousands of others. Some have argued that by instituting an NDO, it would increase interest in businesses to relocate here. I believe there are issues that are more likely to attract businesses, such as tax incentives, parks, recreation, and strong schools. And lastly, as a minority, I would like to express that I have never felt unwelcomed or discriminated against in this great city. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Larry Benneker, 518 Gemstone Drive, 59101. Mayor, council persons, how much do we consider God the creator of the universe when we write laws and make decisions affecting activities and the people in our communities? Laws written in protection of activities or choices opposed to God's word, which is the Bible, are and will be a curse to the community for which they are written. Now, I don't hate this group of people. On the surface, these laws may look good, but in the end, they will bring harm and division for the sake of a few who are opposed to the total truth of God's word. God is love, but he's also just, and he's our ultimate judge. We need to love our neighbor as ourselves. We also need to be honest and truthful with one another about the whole word of God. In the book of Romans, the Bible states that for those who went against God, God allowed them to be involved in vile affections, homosexual activities. If we make concessions for those involved in homosexual activities, then we should also make concession for those who are pedophiles, murderers, drug dealers, etc. These activities are all our choice. We were not born to be involved in them. Laws can't fix these problems, these sins, but the answer can be found in the truth of God's word. The Bible clearly states that all have sinned, including myself, that have done wrong. But more importantly, the Bible provides the answer to the sins and wrongs we have done. Jesus took our sin upon him when he died on the cross for us. And then he rose again that we might have life and have it more abundantly. When we ask for forgiveness and help with a sin in our life and turn from our wicked ways, the wrong choices, and ask Jesus to rule our lives, he will help us. Jesus, not legislation, will make the difference in our lives. This NDO, or Welcoming Diversity Ordinance, is fighting the Word of God. We need to make a choice to either follow the whole truth of God's Word or to follow man-made laws. Do we choose to fight against God or receive God's blessing? Please vote no on the NDO.
Thank you. Next.
Mayor and City Council, my name is Gwen Seeler. I live at 4431 Loma Vista Drive. And I am against the NDO, but I wasn't planning to talk tonight. I was just planning to come and listen. And, as I am listening, I am hearing so many voices on the proponent side and so many people who have are filling all these diverse areas of income and economics and all of that in town. And I have lived here since 1987. I left for 4 years to go to university. And in all my days in Billings, I have gone about and had people who served me coffee and dinner, teachers, pastors. I have mixed it up with this city and known that the people that I've been around were homosexuals. I've worked with them. I've recreated with them. I know them. And I have just not seen the discrimination that would call for the need of this NDO. I just haven't seen it. I don't live under a rock, and I'm happy to hear that that pastor's daughter that just spoke has thrived so well in Billings. I think that's a great testament to our town. But my beliefs as a Christian place me in a very vulnerable place. I want to stress that people like myself already live very peaceably with our fellow residents. I want to say that I have three close friends, who are in same-sex relationships. But my beliefs that don't allow me, and I know that all of these people with same-sex prejudice or preferences actually understand beliefs. And so I just want to say we all have these beliefs. I seem to think we're living quite well together. Thank you.
Thank you.
You probably recognize me. I'm your resident recovering engineer. My name is Larry Seekins. I live at 380 Camel Place. I decided to actually look at the ordinance. And I read it, and I studied it, and I came up with a whole bunch of questions. The first one, the ordinance mandates no religious discrimination as well as no discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation or gender identity. My question is this: will the constitutional right of the free exercise of religion prevail over the statutorily created right of the ordinance? They're going to conflict. Under the definitions, some interesting words. Discrimination is any act, policy, or practice that has the effect of unfavorably subjecting any person on the basis of their actual or perceived, and then it goes on with about 13 different things. Does this mean the complainant is the one who defines any act, policy, or practice? Does the complainant also determine what is unfavorable? How are the defendants supposed to know what is the complainant's actual or perceived race, etc., etc.? What constitutes a wrongful act under this ordinance? Does it simply depend on the perception of the person that feels offended? Is it the role of the city of Billings to become the arbiter of what religious views are permissible or allowed? Will this ordinance divide our community rather than help us work together as a community we all want to have? And my last question is this: how can we respectfully and lovingly work together as a welcoming community without weaponizing this ordinance to punish those who do not agree with us? A possible solution: we could create a city proclamation or declaration that demonstrates that we welcome everyone rather than create an ordinance that divides our community.
Thank you.
Mayor, City Council, my name is Susan Smith. I live at 6133 Timber Cove Drive in Billings, Montana. I am a mother of 6 children and the grandmother of 31 grandchildren. Fortunately for me, I haven't had to have any of those issues that have been talked about tonight, or had to deal with any of those issues with all of my children and my 31 grandchildren. And I'm thankful for that. But I also see some other things that really disturb me, and what disturbs me most is all the talk about all the depression and anxiety and suicide and all the problems that these people seem to be having. And I think probably what happens in regard to that is that there are other people that are suffering the same things. Most of us probably have had some of those thoughts or done some of those things in our lives, or had people that have had those things happen to them in their lives. And when we have health issues and stuff like that, we always try to figure out what's wrong with us. And oftentimes what we do is put a Band-Aid on it. And I think that's what we're trying to do here by voting for an NDO or a WDO or an XYZ or LMNOP or whatever it is. But I think what the root cause of all these problems that we're having today is the systematic destruction of the family. And what has happened in the systematic destruction of the family has caused a lot of these problems that we have heard tonight. And it is also, I teach 10-year-olds, and we talk about if-then theories. And if-then theories are that whatever decision we make, whether it be good or bad, there are consequences. And those consequences don't just affect us, they affect everyone. And so we have to be thoughtful in those things. And another part of that is also confusion. Today, even more so than ever, children are confused. And by doing these things and voting for this would even confuse them further. And it breaks my heart to hear all this confusion that goes on amongst these children because of this destruction that's taken place amongst our families.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Pastor Hall from New Life Church, and I've been listening to everybody's concerns, and I was thinking of the scripture that said that the law came, sin revived, and I died. It's a quote out of Romans. And what he was pointing out is that people were getting along pretty good, but then when they started making these laws to control everything, it threw it into more of a chaos than it did a favorable sight. And that's my concern is here, that we don't open a keg that we don't need to open. Now, I know there might be some people that are biased about people of different sexual orientation. I'm not one of them. Our church is not one of them. And I don't know, I hear people say that a lot about hate. I don't know where that comes from. You cannot be a Christian and hate people. You just can't. I think the problem is where people have begun to think that if I disagree with you somehow or another, I hate you. That disturbs me, that we can't even have a conversation without accusing me of hating because I disagree with you. Why can't I have my opinion and you have yours? And why can't I be a man? And why can't you be a woman? Why can't I tell my kids what a boy and a girl is without them getting in trouble on the school ground? And I've read about it in California because they recognized another little kid as a boy when they said they wanted to be a girl, or a girl when they said they want to be a boy. It just creates such confusion and chaos. And I don't think that we need that. I think Billings is a wonderful place. I put about 45 years of my life here. I enjoy it. I intend to live here till the Lord comes, or till I die. But we got to keep in mind one thing too, that you can't make people be Christian, or you can't make people love each other. It's a persuasion, and that's what the gospel of Christ is. It's a persuasion to love your neighbor as yourself. And love my neighbor don't mean I have to give up my belief for that love.
Thank you very much.
Mayor,
women and men. I'm grateful for your service tonight. I know that you've...
And your name and address, please, sir?
Robert Nelson, 2949 New Nurdle Avenue, Billings, Montana. Hey, I'm very grateful for all the conversation that you guys have heard. And I'm grateful for your willingness to serve in this position. I know that it is a responsibility, and so I appreciate that. I also want to also just voice, just hearing many of the beautiful people who came up earlier and spoke, and feel hate and feel discriminated against, from me to you on behalf of my faith, I am sorry that you've experienced pain and hurt and trauma, and felt discrimination in any way, shape, or form. I wholeheartedly believe that we are human and that human life matters. I do follow Jesus. I would be dead if it wasn't for Jesus. I've been in 6 rehabs, and I have just this incredible story that God has over and over again kept me alive. And I've been sober for 15 years now. I just wanted to let you guys know today that I just recognize that we are a people in pain. And we are faced with, as the residents of this community, great decisions. But we don't sit in this room tonight without those who have gone before us, and without recognizing that there are certain rights that we all want. The right to life and liberty and pursuit of happiness. And I am excited that we have leadership that is going to make great choices for all to experience life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. Thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor and members of the council, I let the good speakers go first, and so I'm apparently last. Billings is my hometown. I first came into the world that was called Deaconess Hospital. And I am for equal rights for everybody.
I'm sorry, I didn't get your name and address.
What's that?
Your name and address?
Ed Halland, sorry.
Thank you.
I'm for equal rights for everyone, but I am not for special rights for a few at the expense of the many. After I went to college in Bozeman, my family, we moved out of state then for economical reasons, lived in 4 states, South Dakota or North Dakota, Utah, Washington, and Arizona. I could see that I wanted to get my family back here. I had 3 daughters because it's family friendly. I have a daughter now, Becky and her husband Damon, that had a trucking business in Natai, Oregon. That's by Eugene. They are moving out of the state, trying to get back here because Oregon has used, for a number of reasons, economic too, but the final straw was Oregon is using an NDO to target Christian businesses. Sweet Cakes by Melissa is one of them. So I'm asking you as City Council to keep Billings family friendly and vote no on this non-discrimination ordinance. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next.
Grover Peterson, 1025 Evergreen Drive in Billings. I did not want to come up here. I do not do well in a situation like this speaking, and so I'm scared to death. First, I'd like to thank you all for your service. It's commendable that you stand up and do it. I think the issue before us tonight before you is about one of justice, which everybody's looking for, the justice part of what is right and wrong. I think the problem that we're having is arising from this standard we're using to what defines what is right and wrong. What standard do we use? It's a worldview lens we use to see with. We can't see the stars through or the microscope or a germ through a telescope. It's the lens we use that determines what we can see, no matter how smart you are. And the lens determines what we can see reality correctly. I've heard so much about trauma. Who hasn't had trauma? I feel for people who've had trauma. How much death and destruction have all of us experienced? One of my grandchildren died of cancer at 1 year old, and it's changed my family and my daughter's family forever. Everybody has trauma, and I can tell you this. All of the regret, shame, and sorrow and stupid that I had in my life is because I didn't follow God's word. And I have none for following it. No regrets for following it. And it's the same for everybody in here and for every culture in the whole world. Civilizations go up and down, and we all know that. We don't have to take some kind of a little survey about what goes on in NDOs in Montana to find out. We can look for our own experiences about civilizations that go up and down. And they all go up and down for one reason. It's morality. In the end, it's morality that drives everything. If you lose your moral sense, you have no sense whatsoever, and you can't tell right from wrong. And that was what causes civilizations to wreck. I've run out of time. When we can't decide what's right and wrong about whether you love your neighbor or eat your neighbor, then we're in trouble.
And you are out of time, so if you got one more sentence or something, that's great.
That's it.
That's it.
The best rule of law given is divine law, and I'm just asking you to follow that, and that's the answer. That's the good news for all of us in trauma. Thank you.
Very much. Thank you. Okay, I don't know if do we have any more proponents, or I'm sorry, any more opponents? You're here to speak in opposition to the NDO.
I am. Well, actually on behalf of someone. Amelia Marquez, 1522 Virginia Lane, Ward 3. I wanted to take a quick moment and speak on behalf of my former state legislator, Rodney Garcia, who has made his statements quite known as public record.
You know, Amelia, that's, I doubt he asked you to make that statement, so it's,
I feel like it's a public statement, and so
that's
therefore.
okay. I'm not going to allow it. I'm not going to allow it. This is the time for proponents, or, no, I'm sorry.
Opponents, and I'm creating an opponent statement.
Yeah,
An elected official's opponent statement.
I'm not going to allow that. But let's clarify.
Can it go to the vote?
Excuse me?
Can it go to a vote of the council?
No, it can't. Go ahead and just.
So you are censoring.
Is there anybody else who would like to speak in opposition to the proposed NDO? Is there anybody who would like to speak in opposition? Please come forward. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Carol Downer, and I've lived in Billings almost 70 years. I was raised in a Christian home and learned to base my life on what the Bible teaches and says, that God is love. He wants us to love Him most and love and help and care for other people. He wants us to be welcoming here in Billings, and I do believe we are that kind of town. There's one scripture I want to leave with you as counsel to consider for Billings' future. It says in Proverbs 14:34, righteousness exalts a nation, but sin is a reproach to any people. When we do what's right, people recognize it. And I just hope that that will be my prayer, that you, as council and mayor, do what's right for Billings. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other opponents who would like to speak? Any other opponents who would like to speak? If not, then that will conclude our final third. Oh, I'm sorry, we do have somebody. Thank you. And your name and address, please.
Sean Farr. I live in Miles Avenue, Billings, Montana.
I wasn't planning on speaking tonight, but I have a wife and I have 2 daughters, and my great concern here is it discriminates against them. It doesn't just discriminate against them, but it also puts them in danger. When there's guys in the girls' bathrooms, it's wrong and it's dangerous for my wife and my daughter. It also discriminates against me because as a man, I'm going to protect them. And if I'm standing there and some guy tries to go into the bathroom while I'm there, I'm going to do what I have to stop it because my wife and my daughter are in there. So it discriminates against me too and makes me a lawbreaker. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you very much. Anybody else who'd like to speak in opposition to the proposed NDO? Anybody else? I don't think that he got up, but I don't think that's where he's headed. So, okay. Okay, so I'm going to declare us done here. There are other people who'd like to speak. We've made no promises except for that 2 hours to council. I believe that this was the consensus of the council, but if people want to continue, we'll have an opportunity for council to weigh in. So before we conclude and we'll have to take a break, we've got probably, I would guess, at least an hour of discussion amongst ourselves, I would think, just for planning purposes, which would take us to about 10:45 if we take a break before doing that. What's the pleasure of the council? I'm hearing some calls for breaking now. I saw Council Member Shaw and Brown.
I agree. I would like to take a break after this, but I believe we only have about 3 people left. So in the interest of 5, sorry, okay, I'm thinking, oh no, is it growing and growing? Okay.
Yeah, we
then
really
it might be a
couldn't
different conversation. I
open
was
the
thinking if we
floodgates too
have 3
far.
people left from the last round, maybe we just boom, boom, and then take a
Okay,
break.
so there's a request to let 3 more proponents speak. Councilmember Brown?
No, same thing, but now listen program.
Okay. Is there any objection to letting 3 people speak, and they'd have to decide who those are? I'm not hearing an objection. I'm hearing 2 objections here. We're going to let 3 more proponents speak, and that's it. So, and you'll have 2 minutes. Please come forward.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council members. My name is Kim Wasty. I reside at 2542 Lewis Avenue. I've been a faith leader in the Billings community for 25 years. I currently serve as the chaplain at Rocky Mountain College, and I stand in solidarity with the countless students who have shared stories with me about the bias and the discrimination that they've received. I'm speaking to respectfully request that you place the Welcoming Diversity Ordinance on the agenda for full consideration and approval. Here's an interesting story to me. In November, Rocky Mountain College will be hosting a national conference for professionals working in higher education. Already, I am receiving inquiries from colleagues who are asking whether it is safe to travel to Billings and whether it will be safe to go out into the community in Billings. I also receive phone calls from concerned prospective students asking much the same thing. I can assure these callers that at Rocky Mountain College, every effort is taken to provide a safe and supportive living and learning environment, that we have created robust policies promoting and protecting diversity and inclusion, and that whenever it's been necessary, the administration stands firmly against bullying and intolerance. I would love to believe that the City of Billings could offer these same assurances. As it stands right now, our failure to pass the NDO 6 years ago has already spoken loudly beyond the boundaries of this city. It does impact registration for conferences. It does impact enrollment. It does impact our ability to stand against bullying and intolerance. So again, I'm requesting that you place the Welcoming Diversity Ordinance on the agenda for full consideration because the need for equality, fairness, dignity, compassion, and safety isn't going away. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Next.
Father Gary Waddingham, 1426 Teton. I went to school here, grew up here.
I have 5 adopted sons of various ethnicities, 19 grandchildren, 16 of whom are straight and 3 of whom are gay, and some greats we don't know about yet, but we don't much care one way or the other. And I've started 2 group homes. I was chair of a child protection team in a county in Wyoming, and I've worked with young people, both poor and rich and in between, for 40 years. And they are at risk. But just a little backup in that. I voted a long time ago for Gene Robinson, a gay bishop in our congregation, in our church. And the reason I mention that is I got to know him before he was consecrated. There was about 2 months after we voted. He received 13,000 death threats. Those were not from people who were concerned about the rights of bakers or the Constitution. Those were people who thought they had a corner on the gospel and whose fear had hardened into rock-solid hatred. We live in a country, it seems to me, that is more and more unkind and cruel and doesn't speak hope from on high for anybody. And the people who need that hope most are the dispossessed, especially children, especially gay children, those who are gay and living in the streets. Let's give them a little light. You can do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Catherine Card. I'm a retired Lutheran pastor, and I come to speak to you. I sent you an email that I was going to expound on from that, but I come to you instead after hearing everything as another person of faith. And I'm coming from that perspective because I don't recognize the beautiful gospel of Christ as it's being spoken of in so much of our conversation tonight. What did Jesus say? What did God in Christ say? But to love our neighbor as ourselves, to love the Lord our God with all our hearts and all our minds, and love our neighbor as ourselves. That's the sum of the gospel. Jesus says that. Never did he say, I won't let that gay person in to eat with me. I won't heal that person that's different from me. No, his ministry was to those very people, letting those very people into his presence, loving those very people. And yet what I've heard from the people of faith tonight is exactly opposite. And it's calling the gay and lesbian, transgender community them, the big them. The big them that was used in racial hatred in my experience of Atlanta in the 1970s, the big them of anybody that's different from us, that's not Jesus' gospel. I recommend we, people of faith, listen to God's word, listen to all of Jesus' gospel. Thank you.
Thank you. That then concludes our public comment for this evening. Again, my appreciation to everybody who came forward and sometimes shared difficult stories. Again, I'm proud of our community. I'm proud of the diversity of our community. I'm proud of the meeting we've had tonight. We will take a break. It is about 10 to 10. I propose that we come back around 10 o'clock and we'll begin our deliberation as a city council. Don't feel like you've got to stick around. But again, thank you for being with us this evening. Thank you. Everybody can quiet down. We will get started. Thank you for everybody who spoke earlier and is bearing with us at after 10 o'clock. So thank you for your patience. There were some written comments that were dropped off, and we have distributed those to the council. So those are being passed around up here. If you haven't seen them all, wave your hand or something. We'll make sure we get them down to you. Okay. Okay. So we are still in the in our meeting, and I don't know where my agenda went. But I think the last item should be council initiatives. We've had public comment on non-agenda items. So yeah, our final item of the night will be council initiatives. And as we know, well, let me just first rule out, I'm assuming nobody has a council initiative tonight besides Councilmember Ronning. Are you serious? No, okay. Well, it's out of order if you do. So without further ado, I'm going to pass it to Councilmember Ronning to introduce her council initiative in whatever manner she would like. And if there is a motion made by her and there's a second, then we'll proceed to discussion on it. But with that, Councilmember Ronning.
Okay, I guess just to clarify, so this is where I'm making the motion and then
Yes.
And then I'll do the statement afterwards? Is
That's
what
right.
Okay.
If you make a motion and there's a second, then we'll proceed to discussion. And I'll turn it to the movement, yourself, and whoever makes the second to begin that discussion.
Okay. So everyone knows I spoke about an initiative that I would be bringing to City Council on this date. So I move to approve the Welcoming Diversity Ordinance to the Council agenda August 24th.
Second.
Okay, so there's a specific motion to put this on the August 24th agenda. Did I get that, hear that correctly? And that's a business meeting?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, and there was a second by Councilmember Joy, right? Okay. Okay, thank you very much. So we have a motion, and so discussion is in order. I'll turn it to the movement, Councilmember Ronning.
Thank you.
And here, I don't want to cut you off. I'll just say if everybody keeps their, I don't want to cut off debate in any way, but we'll just need to move through our comments as expeditiously as possible as well. Councilmember Ronning.
So thank you for allowing me to make this statement, Mayor. So Mayor, City Council, Billings, according to the National League of Cities and Towns, a municipal charter is the basic document that defines the organization, powers, functions, and essential procedures of the city government. It is comparable to the Constitution of the United States or a state's constitution. The charter is, therefore, the most important legal document of any city. The City of Billings adopted its charter on September 14th, 1976, with an effective date of May 2nd, 1977. Billings is unique in Montana that we have a charter. Most municipalities in our state do not. It is important to note that the charter of the City of Billings is voted on every 10 years by the voters of Billings. Since 1976, this paragraph in the Billings City Charter has never changed. We, the citizens of the City of Billings, for the purpose of establishing a just form of fundamental law, one that is responsible to the public for providing equal and adequate services and protections with efficient use of the community's revenue for all, one that provides for self-governing powers with respect to the health, safety, and welfare of every citizen, and one that utilizes the utmost flexibility to plan for the future, do establish this charter for the City of Billings of the state of Montana. Every Billings City Council member to hold this office since May 2nd, 1977, has taken an oath to uphold this charter. Listening to that language in the charter, one may think this covers the well-being and safety of everyone equally. One may think that also when we read the Declaration of Independence declare that all men are created equal. However, thinking that everyone is treated equally simply because people are good, or that we have language declaring equality in our country's founding government documents or our city charter, has proven to be incorrect thinking. Laws serve various functions, including the protection of individuals' rights and liberties, providing a framework and rules to help resolve disputes between individuals. Laws set standards and regulations for safety and the functioning of systems like banking, and laws help societies to maintain order. While both the Declaration of Independence and the Billings City Charter proclaim equality and the responsibility of upholding equal and adequate protection and services for all, we know that laws prohibiting slavery were necessary. Voting rights for women and people of color were necessary. Laws granting women the right to have a bank account, own a credit card, and have their name on the title of a car or a house were necessary. A few other things that the Declaration of Independence or the Billings City Charter predate: Social Security, equal pay, minimum wage, and domestic violence laws. In 2013, the state of Montana passed Senate Bill 306, sponsored by Republican Alan Olson and carried in the House by Republican Dwayne Ankney. When giving testimony for approval of the bill, then Representative Ankney stated, "It is the right thing to do." Senate Bill 306 dealt with the state of Montana recognizing equality of heterosexual and homosexual orientation in the punishment of domestic violence. Prior to 2013, homosexual orientation was not recognized in domestic partnerships at the state level when it came to domestic violence cases. The city of Billings lobbied in favor of passage of Senate Bill 306. In a March 7, 2013 letter, City Attorney Brent Brooks writes to the House Judiciary Committee, "Over the years, our office has seen same-sex domestic violence offenders receive softer penalties since we can only charge them under the assault statute. We are therefore in support of SB 306 and its intent to punish domestic violence offenders equally, regardless of their sexual orientation." It is fair to say that in the state of Montana, we punish gay and straight people in the same way, but we certainly do not protect them in the same way. The experience of bringing forward the Welcoming Diversity Ordinance again to Billings City Council continues to be one of hard conversations, challenging emotions, deep thoughts, and opportunities to feel scoured from the inside out. As a Christian, I have never shied away from looking straight at the cross and allowing the power of Jesus' shed blood to penetrate my spirit, revealing my sin, my wrongs, my wounds, and needed areas of healing. The deeper my walk with Christ, the more of my privileges as a straight, white person is revealed. I've never also shied away from being an ally of the LGBTQ community, but I look back on my life and I see where I could have done more. I could have acted more quickly. I could have been louder. Reckoning with whiteness is accepting that a standard was created where whiteness is the norm and that it is better. Same with heterosexuality. At the end of my life and my body, I believe that I will stand before my Lord with a fully exposed soul. For me, I believe that only then will we be fully revealed, because we will need to be in the power of God's full grace to withstand the knowledge and understanding of how we truly failed to love one another as God commands us to. Loving one another seems so easy, but the deeper my walk with Christ, the more I understand just how hard it is and the courage it takes to look within to reckon with privilege. And the deeper the walk, the more I am disturbed by the silence of my privilege, my own and others. Leviticus 19:19 tells us not to wear clothing woven of two kinds of material. I'm pretty sure most of us, if not all of us, in this room tonight are doing just that. Verse 26 of Leviticus tells us not to eat meat with blood still in it. And verse 28 tells us to not put tattoo marks on our bodies. But both of those are fully acceptable in today's society. I've been told the timing for this vote and for the public discourse on the welcoming diversity ordinance is problematic because council should be focusing on the public safety mill levy. I agree. City council should be focusing on a public safety mill levy, and we have been for more than a year. Exodus 35:2 states, "For 6 days work is to be done, but the seventh day shall be your holy day, a Sabbath of rest to the Lord. Whoever does any work on it must be put to death." In City Council's public safety mill levy discussion, should we eliminate police, fire, and 911 dispatch services on both Saturdays and Sundays? If a water main breaks on the Sabbath, should we let water flood streets and homes? Exodus 21:7 states that a man has a right to sell his daughter into slavery. Should we eliminate human trafficking from our public safety discussion? Separation of church and state is necessary for a just society. Thankfully, our country was built upon this critically important truth. In 2004, a Catholic Church commissioned report stated that more than 4,000 U.S. Roman Catholic priests had faced sexual abuse allegations in the last 50 years, in cases involving more than 10,000 children. The Penn State child sex abuse scandal concerning allegations and subsequent convictions of child sexual abuse committed by Jerry Sandusky was committed over a period of at least 15 years. The scandal broke in early November 2011 when Sandusky was indicted on 52 counts of child molestation stemming from incidents that occurred between 1994 and 2009. The USA Gymnastics sex abuse scandal relates to sexual abuse of female athletes, primarily minors at the time of the incidents. This took place over 2 decades in the United States. I bring these cases up because I've heard over and over again, where is the evidence of discrimination against the LGBTQ community? It's in the telling of their stories. It's in the shaking of their voices. It's in the fear of coming out even to those they love. Do we actually believe that there was no evidence in the behavior of the child victims for more than 50 years in the Catholic Church sexual abuse cases? Do we actually believe there was no evidence shown in the behavior of those victimized at Penn State? Do we actually believe there was no evidence shown by those victimized during their years at USA Gymnastics? The evidence was there, but the comfort of too many not wanting to see it was too great. Evidence in the form of personal stories, medical testimony, and family truths have been shared with this council. Evidence revealing the harm and prevalence of societal bias against the LGBTQ community has been clearly written to council in email and with great courage spoken in these council chambers. But for the protection offered by the government, women wouldn't be able to vote. Slavery would still exist, and all of the other injured non-white male classes would always be second-class citizens. We can't count on people to do what is best when they are afraid of other people simply because they are different than we are. My dear fellow council, I beg you to be strong in your courage and vote for the welcoming diversity ordinance to continue on to a city council agenda for a public hearing and discourse. The date has been set so we can discuss public safety mill levy and the budget process. And in the words of the state legislators, Alan Olson and Dwayne Enke, it is the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And you made the motion and we had the second, so we have a motion on the table. I'll offer next opportunity to speak to the second. Councilmember Joy.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and Council. Thank you, Councilmember Ronning, for such an eloquent introduction and explanation of your support and your thinking behind bringing this initiative forward. And I'd like to thank all the people who came forward with their thoughtful responses to this initiative. For me, this is not a debate on the merits of the WDO. This is really a opportunity for us to put this forward on the agenda, and that's why I support it. There were many comments from people from Laurel. I'm very happy to see people from Laurel coming in to comment about an initiative here at City Council. I think that's appropriate, and that's very much telling of how much influence what we do here at City Council has across not only the city, but outside of the city and into Laurel. There have been a lot of statements about people feeling like this is divisive. They talked about things that they fear about this NDO or this WDO, hate speech, forcing people to do things against their conscience. But you know where democracy works the best? Right here in this chamber. And I believe that the democracy that was really envisioned for us as a nation really was about people within a community coming in and having their say. We have differences of opinion, but that's how democracy works. At the end of the day, we will have a vote, and depending on how that goes, we will go forward. Hopefully, we will go forward with this. But that's how democracy works. One person came forward and said, here we are. And that's exactly it. Here we are. We're at this local level. We're in this process of democracy. The federal government, it does what it does. The state government does what it does. But this is where we're impacting people's lives. This is where people can come forward and speak about what it is that they experience in this community. The solution has to be here, because this is where people live, and this is where people are impacted. So I am supporting this. I feel like this is really an opportunity for us to respect everyone in our community and to keep them safe and to acknowledge them as welcoming and being embraced in this community. So thank you.
Thank you very much. We've heard from two proponents. So just to mix it up, I guess I'll go. Before I go into the reasons for my vote tonight, I'd like to make a few observations that I think are important regardless of how the vote turns out. First, as I stated in my introductory comments, and as I have often said and written, we all want Billings to be a welcoming community in practice and in perception. That was one of the purposes for the anti-bigotry and anti-discrimination proclamation that Mayor Hanel approved in June 2017. I understand that for many proponents, the absence of an NDO does, by definition, and without need to reference other criteria, automatically brand Billings as unwelcoming. I and others may disagree with that argument, but doing so, the onus is on us, all of us, more than ever, to proactively and publicly stand against any behavior that any reasonable person should agree is unwelcoming, especially that is illegal, violent, threatening, abusive, cruel, or unkind. Second, I want to express my partial disagreement with the argument that an NDO is not necessary because existing laws already protect members of the LGBTQ plus community from discrimination. Legal protections do exist where discriminatory behavior violates a criminal statute or in certain narrow factual circumstances involving federal or state contracts or funding. But generally speaking, in Montana, it is not illegal to treat people differently based on sexual orientation, sexual practice, or gender identity. One exception to that general rule, I believe, is the Montana Wrongful Discharge from Employment Act, which requires that an employer demonstrate, quote, good cause if the employer discharges an employee after the employee's probationary period. In my opinion, that statute, depending on the circumstances, could provide substantial protection for any LGBT person discharged without good cause. I also have to acknowledge that the absence of an NDO and the repeated reference to that fact by proponents as evidence of our prejudice may have made it harder to retain and attract some young workers. It is clear that the purpose of the proposed NDO is as much, if not more, about promoting a city brand, reputation, and a general feeling of acceptance as it is about preventing actual prejudice. The personal accounts of young people who cite the lack of an NDO as a factor in determining where to locate, as well as the occasional firsthand accounts of actual discrimination in employment, housing, and business services, even if rare, can't and shouldn't be ignored. But in my opinion, it is impossible to accurately measure the weight of those arguments and dangerous to base a major change of public policy on them, especially when likely negative effects must be netted against uncertain positive effects. For example, although it's true that Billings' growth rate has slowed in recent years, in my opinion, there are other, more important reasons for that. There are many other cities that have enjoyed substantial growth rates without an NDO, including Nampa, Idaho, Boise, which only recently enacted an NDO, Bismarck, North Dakota, Kalispell, Belgrade, etc. Passing an NDO might make some feel more accepted, but it is no panacea. For example, even though Sweden has perhaps the most tolerant climate regarding homosexuality, a 2016 study in the European Journal of Epidemiology concluded that among same-sex married men, the suicide rate was nearly threefold greater compared to heterosexual couples. Like any ordinance, the merits of an NDO must be judged measuring the benefits against the costs. In my estimation, the disadvantages here outweigh the advantages for these reasons. First, I believe the NDO as currently envisioned would be unconstitutional because it fails to protect First Amendment rights of religious liberty and freedom of expression. That was the conclusion of the Arizona Supreme Court in September when it struck down the Phoenix NDO on constitutional grounds in the Brush and Nibbs case, and the Eighth Circuit Court of Appeals in the Telescope Media Group case that struck down the Minnesota NDO in August. Telling a fellow citizen who is selling his used car, a homeowner who is renting his house, or a florist, photographer, artist, or any other person that he or she must refrain from acting on his or her sincerely held religious beliefs or risk being pilloried on social media and sued in an expensive lawsuit that might bankrupt them is itself illegal discrimination. The proposed NDO is also unconstitutional, in my view, in the way it would directly impose its requirements on churches and religious associations. Churches are not exempt as an employer if they, under the proposed ordinance, if they provide services, quote, on a non-membership basis to the general public. Virtually every church provides services to non-members, and hence, virtually every church would not be exempt. Similarly, churches that provide a coffee shop, playground, or daycare facility for the general public would not be exempt unless they could prove those, quote, public accommodations are, quote, primarily religious in nature, close quote. Do we really want the Billings Municipal Court, which has never had a role in adjudicating civil rights, making that determination? I understand that punishing evildoers and protecting the innocent are proper functions of government, but I believe that the strong arm of the law should be used sparingly and only where it is clearly constitutional. The need is obvious, and the intrusive government regulation is supported by a substantial majority of the public. That is not the case here. Ironically, just as opponents of the NDO often do not recognize prejudice that they themselves do not experience, proponents fail to appreciate the moral and legal significance of First Amendment protections that they themselves have no intention of ever exercising. More than 30 proponents testified here tonight, but not one acknowledged any conflict with this NDO and what the First Amendment requires to protect religious liberty and free expression. Second, this fundamental constitutional issue is likely to be decided by the United States Supreme Court in the near future. Just this morning, the Supreme Court accepted cert in Fulton versus City of Philadelphia, a case that will decide whether the City of Philadelphia acted illegally when it barred Catholic Social Services from placing children for foster care because the organization's religious practices did not allow placement with same-sex couples. There are also several other cases, like Masterpiece Cake Shop, Arlene's Flowers, and the Harris Funeral Home case that are poised to be heard in the next year or two, and they are likely to clear away much of the constitutional fog. Adopting this NDO now and wading into this legal morass is begging for an expensive lawsuit. Third, the timing of this item is just bad for the city right now. I know this is not relevant to the merits, but our hands are more than full trying to deal with a potential public safety mill levy, a complete rewrite of the zoning code, and lots of other day-to-day matters. It would take months to sort through all of the issues raised by this ordinance, even if it doesn't come on our agenda until the 24th. We would have to be doing that through the spring and the summer. Callow cliches won't cut it. The staff and city council, and I know for myself, I simply do not have the bandwidth to take on this matter in the near future. That's why when the city council earlier this month identified its top 40 items to address in 2020, an NDO was not on the list. This isn't a cop-out, it's just reality. Fourth, I think this proposed NDO is, as a matter of public policy, far too broad and punitive. For example, it applies to, quote, any person in Billings and not just businesses, city government, county government, etc. So if you want to sell a used car on Craigslist, rent your house, or hire someone to clean your house or cut your grass, you could be sued if you, quote, subject any person to different or separate treatment on the basis of their actual or perceived race, ancestry, religion, sex, age, disability, sexual orientation, gender identity, or expression, etc. That is really far-reaching, and I don't think most people in Billings have any idea just how much this might impact them directly. I could go on with other reasons, but I won't. It's been a long night. Thank you very much for your patience, and I will be voting no on the motion. Who else from council would like to be heard? Councilmember Purington?
First of all, I want to thank all of you for the calls, the letters that were written, the emails, and then also for being here tonight. I also want to thank you for sharing your stories and your thoughts. You have been heard. I have taken the position that I believe our current state and U.S. laws protect all individuals. As a public official, I am called to be a voice, not only to the marginalized, but also for the common good of all. With this ordinance, I believe that it would jeopardize freedom on many levels. It has been suggested that this law would be made for appearance sake or as a statement, but that is not the purpose of laws. I also think that it is unfortunate that some have chosen to hold hostage the passage of the public safety mill levy based upon the passage of this ordinance. It is reflective that the ordinance is not a protection for all citizens of Billings, but for a select few. A diversity ordinance by any name continues to be a divisive issue that weakens the very fiber of tolerance. My hope and prayer are that we can move forward to continue to grow as a caring, welcoming community based upon our humanity and not a dangerous, polarizing law. Thank you.
Thank you. Other council members? Councilmember Shaw.
Thank you. Tonight, we have heard stories of trauma. Stories of businesses struggling to attract workers, stories of the healthcare industry struggling to treat patients caught in the political quagmire caused by not having basic human and civil rights. Council, in speaking to you tonight, I do not wish to repeat any of the points that have been so eloquently made. Rather, I'm going to speak up on behalf of Billings' future workforce. I am Council's lone millennial, And as frustrating as I'm sure it is to have me constantly bring that up, it's even more frustrating to be the only person who is actually part of the demographic of the workforce we need to attract. It's not rocket science what this generation is asking for. We're asking for equal protections under the law for all people, regardless of gender expression or identity. We're asking for a revitalized downtown. We're asking for investment in public infrastructure, such as parks and trails. All of these things, except for the first, will cost the city of Billings millions of dollars. I know many on council don't believe that this issue is linked to workforce attraction. I've heard it said that we just need to get the word out about Billings. If people know how great it is to live here, they'll come. I say this as clearly as I can. The word is out. When the NDO went down for the first time in 2014, Billings became known as a place that's deeply unsafe for certain people. And that reputation has since been broadcasted on national news. It's now so pervasive that a historically black dance company from New York visiting last year was afraid to walk a few blocks downtown for fear of being assaulted. Not because of their race, but because so many of them identify as LGBTQ. The word is out on the type of discrimination Billings has chosen to allow, and the 21st century workforce has subsequently chosen plenty of other welcoming, inclusive communities in which to land. I can't blame them. My family and I moved back to Billings in 2013, about a year before the first NDO vote. It was with great hope that we watched that discussion, sure that the town in which I'd been raised would find it in their hearts and minds to formally welcome a community that had been left out in the cold. We were sorely disappointed. If that vote had happened before we had moved back here, we may have moved our family back to Montana, but we would never have come back to Billings. Why? You've heard it said that 1 in 5 millennials identify as somewhere on the LGBTQ scale, but you haven't heard me say, to me that number sounds light. Friends, coworkers, people I met at grad school, people I grew up with, easily 20% of this population identifies as somewhere on the LGBTQ scale, easily. We cannot simultaneously attract this generation to move to Billings, to bartend and assistant manage and take shifts at the nursing home, while fostering the narrative that 20% of that population and all those who love them are not welcome. These two narratives are wholly incompatible. I urge my fellow council members to think of the generations of Billings kids who would love to return home. We have to give them a reason. This is an issue of civil rights, of human rights, of equal protection under the law. We cannot stick our head in the sand and hope a new workforce somehow magically decides to show up anyway. Please join me in voting to put the WDO on the agenda and give generations of Billings kids hope that they may one day be able to move back to the magic, welcoming city of Billings.
Thank you very much. Other discussion by members of council? Well, yeah, let's see if everybody else has had a chance to comment. Are there any other comments by any other council members? Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, Danny. Councilmember Treaky, I mean. Just hit me.
I'm going to take this off while I talk. It's really sad to recognize this fact, but fear has become the defining emotion of our lives right now. The moment it really occurred to me that that was what was going to happen wasn't when I was living in New York City and the Twin Towers came down. And like so many of you who believe that the world changed on 9/11, I believe that the world changed on 9/20. That was the day when our president stood up and declared war on terrorism. I won't go into all the details about why I believe that, but to me, that was the beginning of a long journey that we've been on, which has legitimized and increased our pointing at each other and saying, you, no, you, no, you. And we sit here today as a direct outcome of a generation of not being able to look at each other as neighbors, as friends, and deal with each other honestly and openly about the problems that we are facing. And that just, it saddened me to see it start to happen back then, and it truly saddens me today to see it happening right now. Now, I'm going to switch hats for a second. I've been a debater and a high school debate coach and a junior high school debate coach and a high school debate judge, and been back involved in that recently. So if I were to score the discussion that we had tonight, it really came down to me between two different threats. On one side was a threat that people was sitting and saying, this is real, this is happening to us right now. And on the other side was a threat that said, hey, this could happen to us. This is a potential threat that we are worried about. Well, as a debate judge, I have to kind of say that the current existing threat probably has a little bit more weight in my mind than a potential threat that might be happening down the road. But there's another aspect to this that I think is important to recognize too. I mean, I totally agree with people that at a certain level, you cannot legislate behavior. Yeah, you can. You can make anything you want illegal and all sorts of things will happen, left, right, up, down, whatever. Sometimes it makes the world a better place, sometimes it doesn't. To me, this issue really isn't about us wanting to legislate behavior. What we want is, what I want is to be able to walk down the street of Billings without being afraid that some idiot is going to drive by and throw a beer can at my head because I'm the wrong color. And to me, what that is really a statement about is culture and, more importantly, community. A lot of you don't really know me because I didn't grow up here and I didn't spend my adulthood here, but a lot of you know my parents, Ray and Doris Chiriki. And just about everyone I ever talked to about Ray and Doris say that they were very special people. And my mom heard that and she listened to this debate back in 2014 and my dad did as well. And one thing that I always will remember my mom having said at that time is that she doesn't understand why she's being called a special person for doing what every person should be doing, which is dealing with people as they are, who they are, and helping those who need the help, and just letting the chips go where they may, however they go off of that. I know that both my mom and dad, if they were here tonight, would have spoken in support of us moving forward on this ordinance. But I'll add one other thing to it. One thing that I've heard consistently throughout this thing is that we actually, as a community, are longing to get back together with each other. We're getting tired of pointing fingers at each other and yelling at each other and shouting. And whatever happens tonight, I hope that we will find the courage as a community, as individuals, as leaders, as parents, as educators, whatever, to take the necessary steps to start healing this rift in our community. Because it's holding us back in a whole bunch of different ways, And let me check my notes. I think there was one other thing I wanted to say, So whatever happens tonight, I fully intend to try to find some things that we can do to move forward on the issue, not the ordinance, the issue. We need to be building bridges. We need to be fixing each other's hearts. We need to be reaching out our hands across the divide and healing each other, really. So that's what I had. Oh, and if you didn't know, I really kind of stated my statement on the specific ordinance with the first public agenda item when I said that I never have understood why we have this list of people and have to keep listing and adding people to the list. We're all people.
Thank you. Other council comments? Councilmember Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not going to be near as eloquent as some of these others, but, I will say that I opposed it last time and I oppose it this time for the very same reasons. I think that the idea that this NDO will solve all these problems and people will quit getting yelled at and quit getting bottles thrown at their heads and all that kind of stuff isn't addressed at all in any way, shape, or form in this NDO. It's housing, it's jobs, and it's being able to go to public places. That's what it addresses. So I don't, most of the arguments that we're hearing, most of the stories that we're hearing, while they're sad, I absolutely get it. Obviously, I can't necessarily empathize because I'm not in that boat. That's just fact. But I do know that an NDO is not going to solve the majority of those issues. The other thing that I simply cannot get around, and I couldn't get around it the last time, is the showers, the bathrooms, and so forth. Judge me as you will. But, I don't think that it's society in general's right to decide when my granddaughters or my daughters or the others are going to learn about the anatomy of a male. That I'm not worried about abuses. I'm not worried about rapes. I'm not worried. That's not, gays are not just naturally rapists and all that. It just doesn't even make any sense. And the fact that someone could identify as a woman and go in there, there are still laws about doing anything to women when they're in there. So none of that is going to change. But I cannot get by it. And as long as that's in the NDO, the WDO, I simply can't support it.
Thank you very much. Other comments from any other council members? Councilmember Boyette.
I'm not as eloquent as you are either. Kind of a dumb thing, but I was at the library the other day watching a presentation by the Public Works. My wife and I were there and we watched them fill a pothole, and I thought, wow, the city really knows how to fix potholes. This was awesome. They did a great job. Then I've been keeping track of my emails. I've gotten over 600 emails, a little more negative than positive, about half and half. And I'm thinking to myself, what does the city know about how to fix a problem like this? And then I was reading a quote that said, how can I base an ordinance on religion when religion means different things to different people? I agree with Danny that we should be working on something other than an ordinance, that everyone should be treated equally. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Other comments by members of council? We'll go back. Was there anything down here before I go to Councilmember Marani? Councilmember Marani.
So just to clarify for the public, there's no vote on the WDO tonight. That's not what's being voted on, and it should not even be addressed. It's not what should be addressed tonight. So the way this process works, it's similar to how it works in the state legislature, and it's similar to how it works in federal legislation. It works the same here in city council. A council member proposes an initiative. That initiative gets sent out. If city council decides to go forward and discuss it, then amendments can happen. Language that's not liked can be changed. Anyone can bring up a substitute motion. We see it here over and over and over again on city council. I make a substitute motion. I make an amendment to that. That's how this process works also. So to state that someone can't support language in a draft is shocking to me. A draft means it can be changed. That's the option of every single council member up here. That's how democracy works, as Denise shared. The vote tonight is that we want to have a conversation about this with the public, that we want to get language as we want it in an ordinance. But it takes a council member to initiate some kind of language. Certainly what I initiated is not the end-all language, not at all. The process is that things can be amended. Attorneys should know that you can amend things. That you can change things. You can say, I want to make a substitute motion on that. That's the way the process works. That's how democracy works at city council. It's how it works at the state legislature. It's how it works at the federal government. The vote tonight, I want to remind everyone, including this council, is not on the ordinance. The vote tonight is if we want to discuss it with the public. A no vote says, I will not move this forward to discuss it with the public. Because the vote tonight is not on the ordinance. It is on the conversation of moving it forward. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Other comments from council members before we proceed to a vote? Is there anybody else who would like to be heard? If not, we are going to move for a vote. Of course, there'll be a roll call. We'll do a voice vote, and then we'll just do a roll call. So, just a reminder: the motion is to put this on the August 24th agenda. It was seconded, so that's the motion. I'll ask who's in favor, and I'll ask who's against. All who are in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
And those who are opposed say nay. Nay. I believe the nays have it, but we need to do a roll call. We'll start with the movement. So, Councilmember Ronning, if you would begin us, and
Yes.
and then Denise, you can run the roll call.
Okay, Ronnie?
Yes.
Boyette? Brown?
No.
Shaw?
Yes.
Yakowicz? Neese?
No.
Ewalt?
No.
Joy?
Aye.
Mayor Cole?
I've got confused. The motion, nay.
Chiriki?
Aye.
Purinton?
Nay.
And the tally is?
7 nays. And 4 yeas.
Okay, the motion fails. That is, concludes our discussion on the motion, council initiatives. This has been a difficult discussion for many. I understand that, but I'm, again, very proud of our community. Everybody who spoke tonight was eminently respectful, and I'm very proud of this council for the way that they conducted themselves tonight as well. So thank you for being here, and good evening. We are adjourned.